never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Sommers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather. Whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Sommers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Get this party started. Here we go. Well, we're already into Wednesday. Normally we'd be saying Mike, hump day. Yeah, it does feel like we're closing out a Monday. That's because we close out the Memorial Day weekend. And we, in the Eastern time zone, as I look at the calendar, hey, June 1. There we go. First day of June for 2022. Hope your week's off to a good start. Let me jump right in here because we do have some active weather to talk about. And in this case, it's the urgency of a tornado warning. Although the severe thunderstorm watch that was in effect in western Illinois expired here, within the past hour, there's a confirmed tornado. According to the National Weather Service office out of the Quad Cities, Illinois, Iowa, confirmed tornado over Pennington Point, about 8 miles southeast of Macomb. That cell moving east, 25 miles per hour. That was, weather spotters actually confirmed the tornado within the last 15 minutes, about 3 miles west of Industry. So some of the impacted areas will be Industry, New Philadelphia, Adair, and Pennington Point. Now, I do see that the National Weather Service just actually extended a severe thunderstorm warning just to the county just to the east of that. So, again, about 15 minutes ago, it was a confirmed on-the-ground tornado, obviously a severe cell, even though they're not even in a severe thunderstorm watch zone. But we see some powerful thunderstorms. That's a pretty good cell. It's just northeast of Quincy, Illinois. Put things in motion, maybe making its way toward Peoria, Illinois in the next hour or so. All this action moving off to the northeast. Otherwise, you've got some spotty showers and thunderstorms through north central portions of Missouri. Then you head on down into southeastern Kansas and down into southwestern Oklahoma. Some gangbuster thunderstorms there on back into areas in Texas just north of Lubbock. Maybe about halfway between Lubbock and Amarillo. Pretty feisty thunderstorms tonight. So let me see here. We've got severe thunderstorm watches for west central and southwestern Missouri, the southeastern and east central portions of Kansas. Lots of severe thunderstorm warnings in that zone. Southwestern Oklahoma, back into the southern portions of the Texas Panhandle region. So it's kind of an active start for things tonight. Some of the same areas we were talking about, say, 24 hours ago, as far as contending with some strong storms. Hey, take you back to Monday evening. We didn't have a whole lot of detail for our Tuesday morning program before we delve into what's coming our way for the upcoming day. But it's confirmed by the National Weather Service. It was a damaging tornado that ripped through Ferrata, Minnesota, there late on Memorial Day. Many as 100 homes damaged, thousands still without power as of this past evening. Forecasters had warned about the potential for severe weather across the upper Midwest, including Minnesota. Sure enough, a swath of Minnesota was placed under a tornado watch Monday, including the city, a small city, 100 city residents, about 134 miles northwest of Minneapolis. I believe this is a lot of farm country in this region. But that watch was classified as a particularly dangerous situation. According to the National Weather Service, we do not include this wording often, but the environment favored strong tornadoes, and anyone that was in that watch area was advised monitor the situation closely. And that was a little before 3 o'clock Central Time. Sure enough, 2 hours later, reports of tornado damage begin to pour out of Ferrata, with the National Weather Service warning a confirmed tornado was tracking toward the east side of Alexandria. Survey teams were out this past day across parts of Douglas and Todd counties, the latter of which had also been hit. The county's director of emergency management It says reported that there were no injuries or deaths in the county. At least one home lost. Many power lines had been downed there. The National Weather Service survey team has yet to assign an EF scale rating to the damage as of Tuesday afternoon. Now, the director of emergency management for Douglas County, Minnesota, tells the Times there were no immediate reports of significant injuries, but rescuers had gone door to door to check on residents while utility crews were clearing downed power lines. The fire chief says, the devastation to homes, vehicles, trees, unbelievable in the wake of the storm. In this stretch of road that we're standing on now, he said, if there isn't something that hasn't been hit, it is remarkable. The mayor of the town told the Times that at least part of the city had taken a direct hit. Many homes and structures damaged, as many as 100 structures suffering damage. Now, I did say the damage was limited to part of the city, wasn't widespread. However, across the rest of the state, destructive wind gusts were the primary cause of damage as those storms raced across the region Monday night. More than 100 wind reports logged on Memorial Day alone. A large portion of those were in the state of Minnesota. A lot of 60, 70 mile per hour straight line winds. Officials at the Appleton Airport in Swift County logged a report of 90 mile per hour winds. According to the Storm Prediction Center in Plato, Minnesota, about 40 miles southwest of Minneapolis. The storms pried apart parts of a barn's roof. Minnesota Power, one of the utility companies in the states based out of Duluth that provides electricity to the northeastern region of the state, said storms had caused extensive damage, an estimated 13,000 of their customers without power. Elsewhere throughout the state, over 40,000 customers were still without power this past afternoon. A word from the power companies as the crews assess the damage. It's clear from the amount of damage to our infrastructure, this is going to be a multi-day power restoration effort for those hardest hit areas. So that was in Minnesota Monday evening. So now we close out our Tuesday. Forecasters advise thunderstorms continue to develop across parts of the central states over the coming days, which will include the risk of severe weather and flooding downpours. It's been almost a daily occurrence over the central states since back Saturday as we were just getting the weekend started. Go back to Gillette, Wyoming, and Buffalo, South Dakota, 75 mile per hour straight line winds. Tuesday, this past day that we're just wrapping up, another tornado was confirmed, this time Dodson, Texas, right there on the Texas-Oklahoma border. Yet no significant damage as of this past evening. The threat for these intense storms is going to largely shift south and east through the upcoming day here, midweek Wednesday, potentially impacting, though, a broad swath of the heartland of the country. Just like previous days, the most intense storms capable of producing hail the size of golf balls or larger, strong winds, and a few tornadoes. Yet another round of severe weather in the offing Wednesday afternoon, which may include some of the same areas that have just been hit by severe weather on Tuesday. It looks like while the most intense storms coming up today may be more isolated, but places such as Amarillo and Oklahoma City may want to reconsider your outdoor plans as rounds of rain and storms will be moving through. Tornado activity, tornadic cells a bit less likely today, but strong wind gusts and hail remain the greater possibilities. All right, flooding is one of the most substantial threats stretching from Oklahoma through Missouri this week. So I look at the map right now, there's a broad area of flood warnings in place, especially in south central parts of southeastern Kansas tonight. Flood watches extending through the heart of Oklahoma, much of the western half of Missouri and the eastern about the eastern third of Kansas. Yeah, Mother Nature has shown in the past that such a large outbreak of severe storms, you don't necessarily have to have a large outbreak to impact lives and property. Rainfall totals are going to rise over the span of several hours as these storms repeatedly move through. You're dealing with what they call the training of the storms, one cell after another. As storms threaten to impact the same regions repeatedly, rainfall totals can vary greatly over a small area. A large volume of water flows into nearby rivers and streams. Many of these areas have already received above normal rainfall for the month of May, so it'll take a lot less rain to ensue with some flooding. Most of the area threatened by flooding has had above normal rainfall. As of Monday, Oklahoma City had already seen 138% of their normal May rainfall. Wichita, Kansas was at 175% of normal. Now, forecasters believe this stormy pattern will eventually break, say, by Thursday. So we got another full day ahead of us, after which we may actually see several days of dry weather headed into the upcoming weekend. How could we be talking weekend when we're just getting the week started? But hey, it's already midweek. There you go, hump day, all right? Meanwhile, I wonder if Big Sexy felt the shake, rattle, and roll this past day, because this was kind of down in his neck of the woods. And early morning earthquake near the Tennessee-Missouri border. Now, that would be the southeast, kind of like toward the boot heel of Missouri. I know Jonesboro, Arkansas, just to the south of the boot heel there. But a lot of folks rattled. According to the National Geological Survey, it was a 3.1 tremor, which was actually the largest of several quakes that hit the region thus far this week. This was about 3:40 a.m. Central Time. It had a depth of about 7 miles. The quake shook the ground roughly 7 miles northwest of New Bern, Tennessee, a town that's about 80 miles northwest of Memphis. Dozens of people reported feeling the quake in Tennessee, Missouri, and, yes, parts of Arkansas. They described it as a weak or kind of a light shaking. No real damage reports. One woman posted via social media in the region described kind of feeling her house shake. According to comments from the KFVS page, starting overnight Monday, at least 3 other quakes were reported near Ridgely, Tennessee. Kind of a cluster. It had a 1.5, a 1.7, and then a 2.6 magnitude tremor. Most of that probably not even felt. But this is in the zone. This is region of the New Madrid fault seismic zone that we've all heard of, where hundreds of earthquakes can be detected on any given year. People don't feel most of the quakes, but history says some believed that it had been at least a 7.0 magnitude that occurred along that fault back in 1811 and 1812. Typically, more than 1 million quakes under the 2.5 magnitude happen on any given year. People don't feel most of them. Now, anything from a 2.5 to a 5.4, you're going to feel it. But typically, that magnitude doesn't cause some major structural damage. But you had a little early morning wake-up rumble there in parts of western Tennessee, southeast Missouri, and northeast Arkansas. Hello to Philly Dan this Wednesday morning. Eagle was 100% right yesterday about the schools. After September 11 happened, we didn't ban airplanes. We secured the cockpits. Secure the schools. That's what we need to be focusing on. Stay safe. God bless the Rambler. All right, Philly Dan, good to have you on board. High pressure pumping, ready to roll. Richard on board from Central Florida with 75 degrees at this hour. We're matching that temperature outside the secret bunker here this morning, 75 as we speak, here in Southwest Ohio. Scooter on board, a.k.a. Mercury Man, checking in. from the homicide capital of the world, Jackson, Mississippi. It's 77 degrees, a great night for trucking. Let's go, Brandon. Hello to the Michigan Madman. Yeah, I saw your little post about fuel prices this past day. Speaking of which, here locally, and I had not been to our local station to check prices this past day, but in parts of southwest Ohio, parts of the Miami Valley, some stations went from $4.32 to $4.79. I mean, that's a rather significant jump in one day's time. $4.79. Again, in this region, more area stations, some at $3.59, $4.59, $4.39. And according to the International Energy Administration chief, the IEA chief, this past day, he alluded to, as we head into the summer months in the United States, summer fuel shortages may be worse than we saw in the 1970s. Now, if you weren't around in the 70s, you don't remember the lines, you don't remember the rationing. Yeah, filling up your tank. It was all based on even and odd letters or numbers or something as far as your license plate was concerned. Only certain people could fill up. You remember those days? Are we actually headed back in that direction? According to the report here, we could be. Give you more on that coming up here. Hello to Timothy, though. Some of our other listening friends out of the box this morning. I got 73 degrees at Timothy's home 20. The West Virginia Wildman checking in from E-Town, Kentucky. Have a blessed day, everyone, as I'm Nashville bound. Morning overnight drive crew and Steve Sommers from Plano, Illinois. Headed to Evansville after my break. That is our friend Kentucky Ken listening in this morning. Hello to Job. Morning, Steve, and all the overnight drive listeners. Quite a warm, muggy 73 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. Howdy to all the overnight drive teams and you, Steve. Gerald, turning in a bit early, but I'll catch the podcast when it drops. Everybody stay safe. And hello to the Dipsy driver out there. There you go. Hello to Mark. Good to have you on board. Rockpick checking in. Morning, Steve. The truckers, the third shift workers, and fellow insomniacs. I've been listening on the phone, and I've been hitting the like button, but I'm on the computer tonight. Anyway, checking in from Rochester, New York with 73 degrees. There you go. There's Truckin' Troy. Good morning, Steve. We've got 76 degrees. Angola, Indiana. I'm trucking south. Keep on trucking. Good afternoon. Obviously, that's Larry. Hammer down. Be safe out there. Gilligan checks in. Morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Warm, clear night on I-81. We've got 75 degrees in Christiansburg, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. There's Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. A very pleasant 71. Had a nice day at home doing some office work, getting caught up. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. There's Pappy on board once again. 73 degrees in southwest Hamilton County. No real luck seeing any of the meteors last night. Yeah, I concur. I didn't have a lot of time to stand out up at the top of the hour getting a smoke break. I didn't see anything. I had to pull up, see if there was an update, because they told us it could be a spectacular meteor shower or it could be a nothing. I think it turned out to be a nothing, based on what I saw anyway. Howdy, y'all. Almost to Grand Rapids on the GM parts train. There's John Ferguson. See some lightning off in the distance. Going to be a peaceful truck rockin' rest break tonight. Okay. Hello to Bo, 71 and clear in Calhoun, Georgia this morning. Picked up in Miami as I'm heading to Salt Lake City. Everyone have a good night. Be safe out there. FJB. Let's see. Hello to Becca this morning. Hello, Steve. This is Becca Sheltrin. All right. Deborah on board. Morning, Steve. It's a nice night here in Indiana. Hope everyone had a great holiday weekend. And hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my Special driver. All right, let's get a quick break. See what's going on. Yeah, prices at the pump. Got the latest industry headlines and so much more. Updates on a lot of different things this Wednesday morning. It's 844-844-3388 here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yeah, I tell you what, I see what they mean when they talk about the training of the storms. Looking at this zone from southwest Oklahoma back into the Texas Panhandle region, and it's over the last several hours, just starting all the way over toward, say, Snyder, Oklahoma. Yeah, you head west through Childress, Texas, all the way back to Plainview. And some of these, I mean, you talk about tremendous torrential rains. And yes, some strong winds embedded in those. As a matter of fact, even, let's see, from the Weather Service office in Norman, Oklahoma, tornado warning just popping up for Tillman County, right there in southwest Oklahoma. Let's see, about 5 miles southwest of Hollister, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So some of these storms still at this late hour generating some spin in the atmosphere, at least radar indicated tornadic activity. So be careful out there. All right. International Energy Agency, the head of the IEA, warning that both Europe and the United States may face fuel shortages this summer in a scenario worse than the oil crisis of the 1970s as demand for travel ramps up. When the main holiday season starts in Europe and the United States, fuel demand will rise. We could see shortages. For example, shortages in diesel, gasoline, or kerosene, particularly in Europe. Der Spiegel is the publication that shared the report. He added the current energy crisis could be worse and more long-lasting than the shocks of the 1970s as a result of the Yom Kippur War in 1973, as well as the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979. In those days, I was young, but I remember those scenarios. I remember the lines. I remember the rationing. But back then, he said, it was just about oil. Now we have an oil crisis, a gas crisis, and an electricity crisis simultaneously. And in 2022, the New York Post reports, after Russia invades Ukraine, the prices of an already limited supply of oil and other energy pushed even higher. Still then, gas prices have soared, record highs over the Memorial Day weekend. According to AAA, consumers paid a national average of $4.62 per gallon on Monday. Yes, that was a new record high. Every day, it's a new record high, day after day. California hit the hardest. Parts of L.A., San Francisco, the Yosemite region were at $7.25 per gallon. Now, that's gasoline, not diesel, folks. I would assume in those areas you're probably paying over $8 a gallon for diesel, right? Although President Biden said we're going through a state of incredible transition. He didn't at the time of that statement say where is this transition to? Where is this transition headed? But as the former White House press secretary Jen Psaki touted back in August of last year, Biden has plans in his Build Back Better agenda to make electric vehicles 50% of all new car sales by the year 2030. You know, the president believes, she said at the time, it's time for the U.S. to lead in electric vehicle manufacturing, infrastructure, and innovation. That's the path we're on. Weren't we talking similar scenarios just 24 hours ago? All right, lines wide open. We'll get things underway at 844-844-3388 on a Wednesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Uvalde school police chief is not cooperating with Texas Rangers. Fox News reports Pete Arredondo has not responded to a follow-up interview for 2 days after reports surfaced that he decided to not immediately confront the suspected shooter. Matthew Bassett, former member of the Department of Health and Human Services, spoke to Fox News.
The fact that there was an hour elapsed before the suspect was engaged is contrary to all of the tactical teachings that these officers receive. That was time when hemorrhage control could have been applied to the victims. It is the job of the first person who shows up to be through that door to eliminate the threat, and it appears in this case that clearly did not happen.
The school district and the Uvalde Police Department have been talking with the authorities. President Joe Biden and Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell met on Tuesday to plot a strategy to fight inflation. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend of work, I have it's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 6013.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesman the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart savings strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, what do we got this morning? First of all, phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Ernie, I saw your message there via Facebook this past day. Said, not only did we lose a great high school friend and the wife of one of my best friends, we lost a woman of the trucking community. I'm going to ask my good friend Steve Sommers to mention Cheryl Ransdell Miller this morning. on his all-night radio program, which is covered worldwide, in memory of Cheryl and prayers for the Miller family. And that was all the message said there. So I did see he posted a photograph. Not sure exactly what all happened, but lost a dear friend. So, yeah, prayers for the family, obviously, and all those that knew her in a difficult time, right? And had another here. Let me flip back over to our comments page. All right, here we go. Chevy guys on board. Copy the mail. There you go. I mentioned fuel prices. Deborah said in whatever part of Indiana she said, we went from $4.46 to $4.89 per gallon this past day. It's ridiculous. It is. Hello to Leanne, or Lee Allen, rather. Good morning, Steve. 77 degrees in Jeffersonville, Ohio at this hour. Robert's on board. Michael says, morning, Steve. Long time listener since your start. Did I carbon date myself? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not that old, am I? Hey, good to have you with us, though. Michael, appreciate that. Shorty on board, 68 degrees at the West Virginia line on I-77 at this hour. Jimmy Jammer checking in. Could I please get Brother Rambler to pray for me to be a better Christian husband and father? I'm sure he'd be more than happy to do that. Jimmy Jammer, hey, good to have you on board, though. There's Kevin, morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Everybody be safe out there. Yeah, I guess we could have expected it. The COVID emergency declaration for trucking should have expired at the midnight hour. Yep, just as the case has been for well over 2 years now. The FMCSA again extending the emergency declaration for regulatory relief for truck drivers, providing direct assistance in relief efforts related to the COVID pandemic. Now, this is relief from the hours of service regulations for carriers and commercial vehicle drivers that was set to expire again this past day. The new extension will run through August 31st. This applies to all 50 states and the District of Columbia. This extension of the expanded modified emergency declaration addresses national emergency conditions that create a need for immediate transportation of essential supplies and provides necessary relief from the FMCSA regulations for carriers and drivers, according to the memo from the FMCSA. Now, this is the declaration that was originally implemented March 13 of 2020. It has been modified and extended numerous times, so many times I'm losing count. All right, the extension is limited to transportation of livestock and livestock feed, medical supplies and equipment related to testing, diagnosis, and treatment of COVID-19, vaccines, constituent products, and medical supplies and equipment, including ancillary supply kits for the administration of vaccines, supplies and equipment necessary for community safety, sanitation, and prevention of community transmission of COVID-19, masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, soap. I mean, be honest, most of this stuff is in the rearview mirror. Yeah, most of the vaccine, the clinics that were specifically set up just for vaccination purposes have all shuttered. You can still get a COVID vaccine, but there ain't nobody lining up for them. I haven't seen any stores with a lack of hand sanitizer or soap or disinfectants. I mean, it goes on for the food, paper products, and other groceries for emergency restocking of distribution centers or stores. They also noted that motor carriers shall not require or allow a fatigue driver to operate a commercial vehicle, you still have, if you're tired, you better take a break. You are responsible. And if a driver tells their carrier, hey, I need a break, they must immediately give you at least 10 consecutive hours before they can require you to return to service. But again, extending that all the way to August 31 now. So pretty much through the entire summer, right? Meanwhile, next week, the American Truck Historical Society plans to prevent the National Convention and Truck Show. This is June the 9th through the 11th at the Illinois State Fairgrounds in Springfield. The breakdown from our friends at Landline. OOIDA will be represented by Marty Ellis. He'll have the OOIDA tour trailer there, as well as Executive Vice President Louis Pugh. But the American Truck Historical Society, proud to welcome the OOIDA tour truck, not only at its national convention, but also at several local truck shows across the country this year, according to the executive director of the Kansas City, Missouri-based American Truck Historical Society. And you go to the website, let's see, information as far as registering trucks. Trucks must arrive no later than Wednesday, June the 8th. Looks like the awards banquet is planned for Saturday evening. Several talks are scheduled as part of the convention. Some of the topics will be, ensuring a collector's semi. They'll have a session on Fuller Road Ranger transmissions, classic auto cars, livestock trailers, the early history of Oshkosh Truck. They'll be celebrating the 90th anniversary of the Cummins Model H, and they'll have a truckin' story time. In addition, tours are scheduled. The Lincoln Experience on June the 9th. Salute to Military on June the 10th. And Springfield on June the 11th. All right, what'll it cost you? Daily gate tickets are $15 for adults. You can purchase them online and check out the full schedule of events. Last year, the association's executive vice president attended the convention. It was a good time, he said, to not only see all the old trucks, but to see all of our members in attendance once again. It's always good to get out, be able to mingle with the truck drivers and our members, hear what's happening out there on the road and what their concerns are, which, what do you reckon the discussions at this year's convention will be? What's going to be going on with fuel prices? How high are the prices going to go? How many drivers, how many companies are going to go under in the coming weeks and months if we don't get a handle on this? So there you go. Might be interested in checking that out. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Who wants to be first out of the box here on a Wednesday morning? The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four-Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, what's on your mind tonight? Our number, 844-844-3388. As you heard in the news break there, bottom of the hour. I don't know what's going on. The Uvalde Police Department and the Uvalde Independent School District Police have stopped cooperating with the Texas Department of Public Safety, the investigation into the response of that mass shooting at the elementary school. The decision to stop cooperating apparently came shortly after the news conference as we were getting the weekend started last Friday, when the Texas Department of Public Safety's director, Colonel Stephen McGraw, said the delayed police entry into that classroom was the, quote, wrong decision and actually went against protocol. Now, police have faced intense scrutiny after officers responded to the shooting, as we've all been hearing, waiting outside the classroom. They're now saying up to 90 minutes. According to the Daily Wire, the state DPS and the federal government have begun probes into the response of the local law enforcement. They say the goal is to review and provide an independent account of law enforcement actions and responses on that day to identify lessons learned and maybe best practices to help first responders prepare for and respond to these sort of events. The review will be conducted with the department's Office of Community-Oriented Policing. Now, the Governor Abbott in Texas, he also spoke there on Friday, and he said he was misled in some of the briefings immediately following the shooting last week, and he actually called for an investigation. He said, quote, as everybody has learned, the information that I was given turned out to be, in part, inaccurate, and I'm absolutely livid about that. The mayor of Uvalde also seemed to be processing this new information about the response, reportedly saying he's blown away by how things unfolded. So it's more and more, and kind of odd that we're not going to participate in this investigation. The blame game goes on. Now, who was it last evening? If memory serves, I think it was Horse Feathers alluded to, after we shared the scenario about Canada and Trudeau and this, their gun grab that's taking place. And here on this side of the border, there are several representatives that are now saying, look out, Democrats in this country are going to try to follow the lead of Trudeau on gun control. Now, what Horse Feathers brought up, he said, well, if they can't take the guns, because that's not going to happen, whoever it was that said it. Well, what about going after the ammo? If you don't have ammunition, your gun's pretty much useless, right? I didn't think much of it at the time, but wow, I mean, somebody had some ESP going. President Biden taking aim at, quote, high-caliber ammunition on Monday, which he said includes the popular 9mm handgun round, suggesting it should be banned. After returning to the White House, reporters confronted Biden with questions on gun reform, right? It's all about gun reform now. Biden explained that during his time as a senator, he met with a trauma doctor who Biden claims told him a .22 caliber bullet will lodge in the lung, and we can probably get it out. May be able to get it out and save a life. A 9mm bullet blows the lung out of the body. So the idea of these high-caliber weapons is there's simply no rational basis for it in terms of thinking about self-protection, hunting. And remember, the Constitution, the Second Amendment, are never absolute. Those words coming out of the President of the United States' mouth, the Constitution and the Second Amendment are never absolute. Representative Mark Wayne Mullen responding to Biden's comments, saying that the 9mm is the most popular self-defense round in this country. It is the caliber of choice for his own Secret Service. Biden's ignorance is a threat to our constitutional liberties. Representative Austin Scott said Biden's comments prove that he, quote, has absolutely no idea what he's talking about, adding that 9mm handguns are one of the most common used for protection of American homes and families. Biden also took aim at guns capable of using high-capacity magazines, implying that the gun's only purpose is mass murder. I know it makes no sense to be able to purchase something that can fire up to 300 rounds. The law that got passed did significantly cut down on mass murders, Biden said. We're assuming he was referring to the assault weapons ban that was championed back in 1994. But someone correct me if I'm wrong. Did they not ultimately, when the sunset clause of that ban came around, it supposedly really did not make any difference. No recognizable difference. So Biden goes on to say, so there's only one reason for something that can fire, 100 shots. It's at least the second time in the past week that Biden has implied that AR-15s are only used for killing people. We're going back to last Thursday, responding to the school shooting. Biden said at the time, what in God's name do you need an assault weapon for except to kill people? That was his quote. Maybe they will go after the ammo. Now, take you back to the representatives this past day. Representative Comer said, my, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has been drifting further and further to the left, and this has been going on for several years. And late last week, his call, was it Monday or Friday, his call for legislation for a national freeze on buying or selling handguns, along with another pile of strict gun control measures, is proof of just that. Democrats in this country, in the U.S., who admire him, will obviously try to follow his example. If you listen to many Democrats on Capitol Hill, he said, they have deep admiration for Justin Trudeau. This type of far left agenda is making its way into the mainstream of the Democrat Party here in the United States. And this is something that I think every American needs to be aware of. Democrats in Washington are advocating another act on our freedom in the same manner that the government was forcing you to be vaccinated or forcing you to wear a mask, or whether it's the government forcing you to enact Green New Deal policies, or the government taking away your Second Amendment rights. These types of infringement, something I fear we're going to see more of and more from the Democrats in D.C. based on inspiration from people like Justin Trudeau and elsewhere around the world. Comer said he also thinks that after the school shooting in Uvalde, Democrats are going to be hard and left. I mean, everyone agrees this is a tragedy. You talk about the need for Congress to act. At the end of the day, you cannot legislate against evil. And that is what happened in Texas. You had an act of evil. When you look at what the Democrats have done in the big cities around this country with respect to gun control, you look at your Chicago, you look at your Washington, D.C., you've enacted strict gun control. Yet in those cities, you see the highest rate of gun crime. Just look at the death over this Memorial Day weekend by guns in those cities, in Chicago alone. But in places like rural Kentucky, where just about every other house has guns there to protect their families, we're not seeing this type of violence because the prospective criminals know these people are going to protect themselves, and there's a good chance they're going to get fired back on. That's the mentality. All right, it's 844-844-3388 here on a Wednesday hump day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Most Americans blame President Joe Biden, not Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for rampant inflation plaguing the U.S. This, according to a study released Tuesday. The Convention of States Action Trafalgar Group survey found almost 60% of people identified Biden's policies and spending as the leading contributor to rising inflation in the U.S. Biden told reporters earlier in May his administration's policies are helping, not causing, inflation and high gas prices. Detroit's mayor is denying claims being leveled against him. Detroit Mayor Mike Dugan says it's nonsense. He would have knowingly outed the identity of a confidential FBI informant for a federal corruption investigation. Dugan said in a press conference he did not know a confidential source was involved in the no-bid towing case. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490. The U.S. Supreme Court wants to find the leak. Reporter Lance Pry has the story.
Supreme Court officials are ramping up their search for the traitor of the court after passing a leaked draft opinion that leans towards overturning Roe v. Wade. Officials are requiring law clerks to provide cell phone records and sign affidavits. Some clerks say they've begun exploring the concept of hiring outside counsel. The court's moves are unprecedented and will probably find who supplied Politico with the stolen draft. A timeline by the court was not provided.
On Thursday, the House Judiciary Committee is putting gun control front and center. It will consider 8 pieces of gun control legislation that will be packaged together as the Protecting Our Kids Act. It will move to the House floor for a vote next week. That move comes as President Biden told reporters Tuesday he plans to meet with Congress. His staff mentioned executive action. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download on iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
The Democratic-led committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S. Capitol has subpoenaed Ohio Republican Congressman Jim Jordan. Congressman Jordan says he thinks the entire committee is too political.
In this situation, they get to leak things, they get to lie about things. They lied about me, they lied about a text message I had forwarded to the White House Chief of Staff, so much so that the committee had to come out and say we regret the error.
Congressman Jordan is pushing back at the subpoena in a letter and questioning its constitutionality. The first hearing by the January 6th committee is next week, and several other congressional Republicans have also been sent a subpoena. Tragedy strikes in the NFL.
Jeff Gladney, a cornerback for the Vikings last year and traded to the Arizona Cardinals this year, died in a car crash Monday morning in Dallas, Texas. The Dallas County Sheriff's Department is reporting the crash took place around 2:30 a.m. Central and involved 2 vehicles. A preliminary investigation found that the vehicle Jeff was in was speeding and clipped a second vehicle from behind. His vehicle then lost control and hit a freeway beam, killing him and an unidentified woman inside. No one in the other vehicle was injured. From the West Coast to USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The NBA Finals are set to begin Thursday night in San Francisco. The Golden State Warriors will host the Boston Celtics. Tip-off for the game set for just after 9 o'clock Eastern Time. For USA Radio News, I'm Tim Berg.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, we'll check out some of our industry headlines. Yeah, take another look at the tropics. Yeah, forecasters are alluding more and more. Maybe the first organized tropical system of the Atlantic hurricane season, which starts today, right on cue, June 1. Yeah, they're saying it could form as early as Thursday. Give me the latest there. But as I mentioned under the industry headlines from our friends at CDL Life, truck driver pleading no contest to felony charges related to a high-speed crash into a police cruiser in Michigan last month. Back on April the 8th, Paw Paw, Michigan. But the driver pleaded guilty this week. According to the local report, a 24-year-old Easton Norby Vardak was going 74 miles per hour in a 65-mile-per-hour zone on I-94 when he struck the stopped police vehicle, which was responding to a previous accident. Now, the truck driver suffered minor injuries. The officer sustained concussion, cuts, and bruises. Norby Vardak has since pleaded no contest to reckless driving causing serious impairment of a body function and failing to use due care when passing stationary emergency vehicle. Not sure exactly what he'll be facing. Sentencing date coming up. Looks like July the 25th. Then a Texas woman pleading guilty to charges related to embezzling millions of dollars from her employer, which was a global logistics and freight forwarding company based in Florence, Italy. 36-year-old Vika Latia Mao pleading guilty to wire fraud, according to the U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Texas. Going all the way back to June of 2016 through late 2019, she was employed as an operations manager at Savino USA in Dallas, the Dallas, Texas area. Now, Savino USA is a subsidiary of Savino Delbene SPA, a logistics and freight forwarding company based out of Florence, Italy, using third-party trucking companies to provide transportation services for clients. According to officials, she was in charge of selecting and paying out to these third-party trucking companies. They explain during that time frame, she falsely represented to Savino USA employees that invoices for trucking services were owed, which caused Savino USA to pay more than $2.6 million to a bank account to which she had access. For instance, as part of her scheme to misappropriate funds from Savino USA, she misrepresented to Savino USA employees that a fictitious business was an actual transportation company, creating fraudulent invoices for trucking services that the fictitious business purportedly provided to Savino USA. So she was truly billing something for nothing. And I guess she had access to the bank. Restitution, order to pay $2,623,000 and some change in restitution. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. What's on your mind this Wednesday, hump day? Hey there, what's happening, Mike?
Yeah, I'm supposed to say, hey, Mike, what day is it? Let's see. Started the week yesterday, middle of the week today, end of the week tomorrow. This is the way it should be, isn't it?
That's because you got a short work week, yes. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. Started yesterday and worked today and then finished tomorrow. I like that idea. Maybe we should make this a regular routine. I don't know. What do you think? 3 days on, 4 days off?
What are the odds of getting a full paycheck for that?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably not a lot. So speaking of a full paycheck, how are those people expecting to get restitution when that woman's going to be down there at McDonald's being a Whopper flopper there for? I guess she could get $15 an hour now. Isn't that the going rate? Even though the federal minimum wage is $7.25.
She's going to have to find somebody else to rip off to pay back that $2.5 million.
Yeah, maybe stuffing Whoppers in bags to take home and sell on the black market or something. So anyways, I didn't mean to cause a national uproar there, Your Honor. I didn't realize your radio show had that much of a go to be all the way into my voice would be heard in Washington the way it was.
So was my thinking correct? Was it you that mentioned trying to take away the ammo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I said you can't take away the guns and take away the ammunition because there's nothing in the Second Amendment that says you have the right to have ammunition to put in the arms that you have the right to bear. So they don't say nothing about that because that gun can be used as a club when you don't have bullets for it. You use it, turn it around the other way, and you just use it as a club. But or a boomerang if you're a good throw with like a pistol, maybe they're shaped like a boomerang. Maybe you can get it to go out and come back and Yeah, it's so anyway, but so here in Baltimore and Maryland, I guess Casper can't buy guns if they don't have a serial number because they're outlawing these ghost guns. You know anything about these ghost guns, Your Honor, that apparently Casper and them other ones there from that Ghostbusters movie, apparently they have their own guns. Did you know that?
I don't think they're referring to Casper the Friendly Ghost, but I don't know a whole hell of a lot about them. Maybe Pappy can explain a little more. I mean, apparently you can order like this. You can order this part online, and it may not have a serial number. You can order another part. You order varying parts, and you build a gun. I guess that would have no traceability kind of thing.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. And so there's no serial number, no record of sales really, other than an internet sale. So I mean, unless but if you're getting it from somebody that's at home with a 3D printer in their basement, just printing up these and most
parts.
Of them are composite. They aren't even they aren't metal. They're composite, and they print up all these parts and just send them out. So, but they're saying they're not going to make the guns themselves illegal. It's just the purchase of them without the numbers on the parts. So if you actually own one of these guns, you can take it down to a gun store and have it serialized. They said they can actually put a serial number on that and list it with the federal whatever registry for wherever they put serial numbers from firearms, and you can actually own it as long as you're licensed and capable and legal to do so. But it has to have, so that gun that you have, even if it's a ghost gun now, you can actually have it made legal and be able to keep it. So, but they said they're going to make it safer for everybody in Maryland and Baltimore because nobody's going to be able to get all these parts anymore off the internet. Okay. How are they going to stop
I was just
people
going to
from
say, I see the headline, Ghost Guns Banned in Maryland June 1. So starting today. Yeah, do these internet sale companies, are they required to report to the varying states? How do you know if you ordered a part out of Washington State?
There you go. So, yeah, I feel a whole lot safer not. And then if you want to keep looking in headlines there, I forget what they said. There was, I don't know how many shootings there was. It was double digits in shootings, and murders were somewhere around 10, and innocent bystanders were shot. And one of the innocent bystanders was a 93-year-old woman, got shot in the wrist. She was sitting in her house, and she got shot in the wrist. Apparently the bullet came through the window or the wall or whatever, and hit her in the wrist. And it's unbelievable that her response to what the problem was that, well, it was probably just some kids out there just messing around and just didn't realize where they were shooting. Excuse me? To begin with, you live in the city. You're within so many feet. You have to be so many feet away from public space and dwellings and places where people gather to discharge a firearm legally. You don't do it out there willy-nilly in the middle of the street. And she's like, it's just probably kids just messing around. No, it wasn't kids messing around. It was people shooting at each other, and you got a stray one. You caught a stray one. You should be infuriated that that's going on in your neighborhood. And she's willing just to pacify and pass over, and, well, kids will be kids, So where's the problem? And I admit, a 93-year-old senior citizen probably doesn't have a lot, but she's lived long enough that she should say that, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, this didn't happen in our great city. It just blows my mind that, people are willing to just let this just go by, and they're talking about what they have to do, and the first thing they have to do is they have to not want crime. They have to get all the citizens to actually not want crime. And of course, when a high percentage of your citizens are criminals, you don't think they're going to be against crime, do you? But anyways, even the politicians and the higher ups say they have their problems with crime. I mean, the last 2 or 3 mayors we've had in Baltimore have all ended up in front of a judge one way or another, and the whole thing just needs to be flushed down the circular bowl and start again. But it's just amazing to watch what these people do. And then our great president, did you catch the line from our great president that he can't believe that his approval rating is down to what President Trump's was?
He can't believe? Really? He can't believe that?
Yeah, he can't believe it. And then his press secretary is out there said that, well, we realize that inflation is high, but we're going to have to try to live through some hard times right now. You know, that was her response to the inflation, is that, well, we'll just have to try to sacrifice and live through some hard times right now. How about you do something about it? How about you reopen all the oil that you shut off the first day he was in office, and don't make it so that the oil companies have fear of leases being pulled out from underneath their feet when they're trying to operate, you know, once they get their operation started running. And then actually, if you had the fracking and everything going on, you'd have your byproducts of your natural gas. Oh yeah, your cheap natural gas and your propane. But yeah, we don't have all that right now. So
well, we're going through a great transition, though. Recall, with it, you know, God willing, we'll be in a better place when we get through this great transition.
Yeah, that's right. You'll have your electric car. Oh, wait a minute, you won't have any electricity to charge it, though.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but anyways, I don't know. I guess I've rambled on saying everything everybody knows already, and I don't know. I'm not even going to say anything about everybody starting to report things too fast and what happens when you start your reporting on, you know, saying what happens right when it's a very liquid situation. And you know, we've all watched so many stories, whether it's, you know, political or trucking or whatever, that, you know, the first day you get the story, you know, the first couple hours you get the story is, and then a couple hours later is different. A day later is different. Evolves. A week later is. So I don't know. Just too much need for too much information too fast is I don't know. It's just this whole instant gratification and this whole world with the, you know, the social media and the 24-hour news sources, and just everything needs to slow down a little bit, step back, take a breath, and I don't know if it'll ever happen, but I think that's the way it's got to go before anything can change. So anyways, so what's new in your world, Your Honor? Did you get your pool all taken care of? You got that pump running, no leaks, the water all clear?
Horse feathers? How'd you like
what happened?
Yeah, I was going to say something. I probably shouldn't. Kiss my ass.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you had that newer system there. Things would have gone good for you there.
Hey,
First time getting it back open this year.
You know, it's 1 year's worth of use. No, I've got to go try to find a part later this morning. There were several leaks. I got one of them stopped. The other, a third attempt. I'm going to just buy a replacement part. It may have a hairline crack in it or something. I don't know.
Okay. Now, when you top off your pool, I know some years you can do it naturally there because it seems like it rains like 8 out of the 7 days of the week. You know, sometimes you're trying to take more water out than you're putting in. But do you use like city water there with your garden hose, or do you have somebody come up with a truck and pump it off the street?
Garden hose, yeah. You know, if I have to fill the pool in the spring, which I didn't have to do, I think I had to put about 6 inches of water in, so that shouldn't hurt too bad on the water bill.
Okay, now, I was just wondering how you did that, you know, because I mean, when we had the one up in New York there, I used to fill it with the well. People were like, what do you mean you fill your pool up with a well? No, I just put the hose in there for a couple weeks before I was going to take the cover off, and I just let her trickle in, you know, just let it run some in, and for a couple weeks, and most of the time most of the water on top of the cover pushed right up. It'd actually be running over the top rail. It'd be pushing the water over the top rail before I even got to the point of getting it, you know, uncovered. So
gotta love that.
Anyways,
free well water. Yeah, no, my water. It ain't free. The screwy thing is that, we got the city water, and supposedly they have a summertime rate that's lower than the rest of the year. But whatever your water usage is, your bill for the water, it's double that amount for the sewage. I said, well, it's not going down the drain. It's going in my pool, not down the sewer. But you still got to pay. Hey, I got to get a quick time out here. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, our number, 844-844-3388. We got on board here. Dave says, hey there, hooked, ready to leave Lodi for Western New York. It's a beautiful 70-degree evening. Here's our pal JS. He said, I just spotted gas here in Macon, Georgia at $3.97 a gallon. Hard to imagine. That's considered cheap nowadays. Yeah, $104. Yeah, it is. Let me see here. Steve, I just sent you a text about how I think we should take some kind of action. I.e. phone calls or something about all these man-made shortages, but YouTube wouldn't post it. They're probably deeming it as false information, if you know what I mean. All right, little rambler on board. Morning, Steve, in the Overnight Drive Nation. There's Donovan. Terry makes a good point. He said, I did a Google on this. Yeah, livestock haulers have maintained a 5-star excellent safety rating. So that blows this whole mentality of all these hours of service rules and regulations to hell. Yeah, the livestock haulers, they've been exempt from the hours, and I don't believe that's only in pertaining to the COVID emergency declaration. Lauren Weiss could probably explain that to us. But I know if they put the whole industry under that, it all go downhill because of these idiots that they're putting out there on the road. Yeah, no patience for one another. On a separate topic, though, remember the old bumper sticker? If you outlaw guns, then only outlaws will have them. There are actually more important issues they should be addressing right now, don't you think? Yeah, I would say, yep, that's probably 100% correct. But hey, good to have you on board. Thanks for checking in. Let me get back to the calls here. Pappy, I believe, online. Morning, Pappy. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? What's the word?
Does it feel like hump day?
It is Mike.
It is.
Thanks to horse feathers, we might all forgot about it. Jeez, oh Pete. Hey, Steve, let me say something before you get to the bottom of the hour here. Most of your listeners will probably agree with this. Some might not. I don't know. Don't really care, because if they don't, they're probably leftists. Freedom comes with a cost, Steve. That's all there is to it. We either want freedom or we don't. And the Second Amendment provides that freedom to us citizens, right, to keep the government in check. If we don't want our freedoms, ban all guns, collect them all. And we can all bow down to the government, and they can do with us as they wish.
Now, technically, don't you think wouldn't that most in the government, I guess the lefties anyway, that they'd be more than happy. They love to do that.
That's what they want to do, Steve. It ain't nothing about gun control. They want to take the power away from us. That's what this is all about. It's got nothing to do with gun control. Gives them the power. Ask Adolf Hitler. He'll fill you in on it.
Yeah.
And it's sad to say, Steve, but that's the fact. There's guns in our society, and as long as there's guns in our societies, there's going to be murders. There's going to be people murdered with guns. It's the risk-cost analysis that we make, that we take. It comes with the price of freedom.
So is it feasible that Biden could take some? I mean, they're talking about executive actions. I don't know what's he talking about when he's trying to outlaw or ban 9mm.
Executive action. I don't know if you could do that or not. I mean, Steve, how many 9mm rounds are floating around out here in this country?
Yeah.
I mean, how are you going to enforce that? And again, I guess he can invoke all these executive orders that he wants, but there comes a point in time when people are going to say, nope. I know you're at the bottom of the hour here, but I had a couple other things to say, but that's all right. You go take your break.
Well, I can hang in there. We'll take care of that. There you go. Yeah, it's 29 before the hour. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
President Joe Biden has agreed to provide Ukraine with advanced rocket systems that can strike with precision at long-range Russian targets. It's part of a $700 million weapons package expected to be unveiled on Wednesday. In a New York Times op-ed published Tuesday, Biden said Russia's invasion of Ukraine will end through diplomacy. He went on to say the U.S. must provide significant weapons and ammunition to give Ukraine the highest leverage at the negotiating table. The stock market briefly bounced back last week from a widespread sell-off that began earlier this month, but Morgan Stanley analysts said equities are likely to see further losses as sky-high inflation and an increasingly hawkish Federal Reserve continue to pose risks to the economic outlook. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
Bingo fun fact number 6. Americans spend over $90 million weekly on bingo. Why? When you can play Bingo Treasure for free. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com. Play from any device, your smartphone, tablet, or computer. The account is free. The play is free. Play one card. Play more. Chat with other players. Meet new friends. All free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com. Bingo from any device. Hurry. Free accounts are limited.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at HotShotSecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, many times over the years we've talked about what is the deadliest animal in this country. No, not that it's the deadliest, but it causes more human death than any other, and it's the damn deer. People trying to avoid hitting the deer in their automobiles end up killing themselves or someone else trying to avoid the deer. Example, Exhibit A, Tuesday morning, a baby deer wreaking havoc in New Jersey Tuesday morning, causing a chain reaction crash between two semi-trucks and an SUV. About 7:30 yesterday morning, the young deer running across Route 17 in front of Ramsey Romeo, causing one semi-truck to jackknife and an SUV and a second semi-truck to collide in a chain reaction incident. Both truckers and the motorist declined medical attention. There was a small fuel spill. They closed things for about an hour. All three vehicles had to be towed, but I don't know how many times, especially when it comes to, we love our animals, but when it comes to a deer or a rabbit crossing the road, I mean, you're in your semi. Big Moose says, maintain your lane. I'm sorry, dear. I'm not jackknifing my rig and possibly dying because you decided to cross the road. All right, Pappy, thanks for hanging in there.
Steve, I had a young lady several years ago totaled her car because she didn't want to hit the raccoon crossing the street.
The raccoon, yep.
And here we go. We're right back in the risk cost analysis, Steve. When you get in your car, there's a chance you're going to crash, right? There's a chance you might hit a deer, but you still get in your car and go to work. Listen, man, when I got Mercedes out of the hospital, right? Hey, you're free to go home, hon. What did I do, Steve? I put her, she was almost killed in this crash. They didn't have a pulse on her. But the day she gets out of the hospital, I put her in the car and drove her home.
Yeah. The question is,
how do you mitigate some of these things? But that's not what the left wants to do. Their answer is confiscate them. And most Americans know why. We're not falling for it, Steve. The average American is tired of their BS. They're not falling for it. And they know it. They know it. They are jacked up. If we can get to the elections in November, if we can get them to happen. Remember, I'd say this a month or two ago on you over there. What are they willing to do to stop these elections?
I think we
can get that
far. They said anything.
And they're capable of anything, Steve. I mean, everything that the White House is doing now. When we talked about, man, I think they're doing it on purpose. How can you be doing all this stuff without trying to destroy this country on purpose?
Yep.
Dude, I'm convinced they're trying to bring this country down. And another thing, Steve, it's not illegal to be a nut. You know, how many nuts we got walking the streets? How many nuts we come across? It's not illegal. Now, the question is, there's been some questions about, okay, listen, we got some guy, he's not wrap tight, he's a code 9, man, and we're not sure we're going to allow him to purchase a gun. Listen, I'm all for that. If somebody's that whacked out, do I even want them walking the street? We going to take their driver's license too?
Mm-hmm.
We going to make them produce some kind of proof every time you go into a department store to buy a knife set, a kitchen knife set, produce a card that you're not a nut? If these people are that whacked out where they shouldn't have, I mean, listen, we're talking about constitutional God-given rights, to be able to protect yourself. When you start talking about taking them rights away from people, that's serious business in my game. And if you're talking about somebody so whacked out that you're worried if they get their hands on a gun, they're going to go shoot the place up, lock them up. How come we've seen all these mental institutions close their doors, Steve? Have you noticed that over the last several decades? The Lewis Center, Hamilton County.
And that's all over the country, right? There's not the facilities.
What's up with that? Why? Things that make you go home.
Exactly. And was it couldn't afford to operate them? Nobody wanted to pony up the money for them, or?
I don't know. Is that the government's thought? Man, this is costing a lot of money. Do we really want to spend the money to house these people and keep them locked up so they don't go postal? We'll take a chance. Just let them out. And then when they do go postal, take the guns. I don't know, Steve. We'll see what happens here these next, few months, man. Hang on to the edge of your seat. Boy, I got something I got on the phone. If I can get up to the secret bunker tonight, I got something on my phone I want you to hear and watch. I'll try to get up there and let you watch. It's about a 10, 15-minute clip. But, all right, my man, I will let you go.
All right.
Safe. Thanks for holding me over there.
You got it. Yep. Have a great morning. Yes, here we are on a Wednesday, first day of June, believe it or not. Yep. As we closed out the Memorial Day weekend. By the way, hope you enjoyed your Memorial Day weekend. Speaking of which, U.S. Navy Captain Scott Miller, the commanding officer of the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the USS Carl Vinson, speaking Monday about the Memorial Day celebrations from the ship, which they said were designated to offer the honorary salute to the members of the military who've lost their lives in the nation's wars, and to discuss the fact that he actually got to meet with Tom Cruise, all the hype about the new Top Gun Maverick. But at high noon there on Memorial Day Monday, a 21-gun salute, noon sharp. They shot the first cannon. Then once a minute for every minute for the next 21 minutes, they would fire a round again, honoring those who'd fallen for us and our nation. Now, the Nimitz-class carrier, of course, familiar to many people because of the Top Gun movie, both the original and the sequel, which I guess actually came out on Memorial Day. Right. A 1,000-foot-long nuclear-powered airport with a crew of about 3,000 and an air wing of about 2,000 more for a total component of more than 5,000. We're able to conduct a sustained maritime operation from the sea whenever we want. Now, for size comparison, it's a little bit shorter if you were to stand it on its end, just a little bit shorter than the Empire State Building. How about that? All right, quick time out and we'll return into lines available. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Travel Centers. Find out today why Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is becoming the fastest growing diesel treatment among over-the-road truckers. Better fuel economy, more power, less headaches. Stop into your nearest truck stop, grab a bottle of EDT, and feel the difference today. Everyday Diesel Treatment now available at TA and Petro Travel Centers, and learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 today. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back to your calls at 844-844-3388. There's a couple from the email bag first here. Let me see. Terry chimes in. So, Biden talking about the caliber of bullet. That's what matters, huh? Steve Sirhan killed Bobby Kennedy with the .22 caliber gun. Okay, yep. Happy Hump Day from the gang at TNCRadio.live. When you say the name Yo-Yo Whirly, many truck drivers smile and give a knowing nod while Shelley and Kathy interview one of the earliest long-term female drivers in the industry. Talk about stories. That's the encore presentation at 6 a.m. Eastern Time this morning, right after taillights, when we wrap up the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive this morning. Then at 7 a.m., it's Sarah Barnes-Humphrey from Let's Talk Supply Chain with the latest episode of Thoughts and Coffee. All that and more at tncradio.live, the website, the app, Alexa, or with Get Me Radio on your internet-connected TV. Thank you so much, Tom. Appreciate the update this morning. And one other tidbit here. Who'd we have checking in? Scooter is on board. Steve, many municipalities allow you to fill pools via fire hydrant. They'll actually attach a meter to the hydrant, and they'll only charge you for the gallons used without the additional sewage charges. Might be worth looking into. Hey, now that's a new one. I know there was a time, yeah, I guess back in the day, depending on who you knew, you could call somebody. Yeah, they'd bring out a little pumper and fill your pool up in no time at all. Don't worry about it. And those days, I think for the most part, they're long gone, right? But yeah, well, my pool's pretty much full, so I'm good for this year. Let's get to Knucklebuster this morning. What's happening?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Did you actually tell Horse Feathers KMA on the air?
Yeah, I did. I figure I know him well enough. I know him well enough, right? Kiss my ass, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, I know that's right. Anyway, he called me at it'll be 5:30 your time yesterday morning. Woke me up from my old man middle of the night nap. But that's what I was wanting to tell him, but I showed him a little bit more respect than that. I told him he could just wake me up anytime he wanted to, right? That's all right, Horse Feathers. We forgive you, brother. He wanted to borrow some clothes. He had fit in right down south, and he was wanting me to send somebody down there to Birmingham pick him up. I could send Bobby Sue, but he probably would never want to go back up there to Baltimore if I sent her down there. So we just leave her out of the picture there, right? My girl Danica, she's become a itty bitty titty girl again. She had her breast implants removed. See? So I don't know why she do that.
I wasn't aware of that. No.
Yeah. I mean,
well, as I was tuned into the Indy 500, I mean, I know Danica had, obviously IndyCar experience, but I was kind of surprised that Dale Earnhardt, Dale Jr. was, one of the announcers there for the Indy 500. I mean, I could see him, commentating for NASCAR, but I thought it was odd for him commentating on Indy.
Oh, yeah, well, she's just trying to make money nowadays. That's all it is. I don't blame her. She's not driving somewhere. She's got to do something. She probably got a boatload of money anyway. So, I mean, she's got all this noise up in this truck. Anyway, I don't know, man. Freight's kind of crazy right now to me. I went to Oak City and delivered yesterday morning. And after that phone call last night from Horse Feathers, he talked me into becoming a gas hauler. So that's what I'm on my way to Dallas to do, become a gas hauler. I'm going to haul a load of pinto beans back to Memphis there. So there'll be a lot of gas in that and all them rednecks, right?
So Horse Feathers wanted to know about his Alabama redneck attire. Is that what, because you were kind of suggesting that yesterday morning?
Oh, yeah. He needs one of them T-shirts that ain't got no sleeves in it and slid all the way down almost to his belly button. Get them shorts and flip-flops and get that big belly hanging out there flopping around, I'd put him right in with the picture and get that big jaw of the back in that mouth. I used to, back before I ever started driving, I worked construction, and one of them old guys out there, he would put a whole pack of Red Man in his mouth in the morning, and then one after lunch there. And after he had spit all that mess out there, it looked like a cow had come through there, Steve, and just dropped cow patties all over the place. You had to dodge that mess there, right?
Uh-huh.
But anyway, I fall for another day. That's the good old days, right? So, maybe that's not good old days. I learned too much. So, all right, well, anyway, that's all my bull on it. I'm headed down here to Dallas, get them pinto beans, and gonna make some cornbread to go with it there. Slice of onion there, and That'll make it all good for the day, right?
Yeah, well, you missed out on your bread dressing. Did Mama make some more biscuits or not? I mean,
Oh, yeah, she made more biscuits because I got that bread pudding there.
Did you?
It was good, too. So, oh, yeah. But damn thing about it was she told me get them extra biscuits. So I don't know what she was fussing about. So she already knew I'd done eat that chip beef gravy and that biscuits for breakfast. That's one of my favorite meals there, Rick.
There you go, yeah. All right. Well, Knucklebuster, have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. I saved this from a week or so ago. But Haven, Kansas, if you're familiar, the city council of Haven, Kansas, voting 3-2 to reverse what had been a unanimous decision that they made early in May to remove "In God We Trust" decals from their police cars in the city. Apparently, there was some uproar in the community. City attorney said the Haven City Council's previous decision emerged from a desire to maintain a separation between church and state. According to the local KWCH, the follow-up vote was not on the original agenda of the city council, which had to move their bi-weekly meeting forum to a nearby community center because how many people were showing up angry at the fact that they're going to remove "In God We Trust." Several people spoke at what is, well, they say typically nobody shows up. It's always uneventful. But everyone that spoke, all but one, supported leave those decals on our police vehicles. The original motion was introduced by council member Sandra Williams, who expressed concern to the police chief regarding both the "In God We Trust" decals on the police cars and a Bible quote on the Haven Police Department Facebook page, which was also later removed. Williams advised Schaefer that the city council did not want the police department to be a forum for discussing God. Hey boy. Let's see, the Haven, another city council member says, "I firmly believe in separation of church and state. However, the people of this community have made it clear what they wanted. And that's what we're elected to do. We are here to represent the people." So a reverse decision. All right, the 2 o'clock hour Eastern time. Welcome as we work our way time zone to time zone into a Wednesday morning here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Most Americans blame President Joe Biden, not Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for rampant inflation plaguing the U.S. This, according to a study released Tuesday. The Convention of States Action Trafalgar Group survey found almost 60% of people identified Biden's policies and spending as the leading contributor to rising inflation in the U.S. Biden told reporters earlier in May his administration's policies are helping, not causing, inflation and high gas prices. Detroit's mayor is denying claims being leveled against him. Detroit Mayor Mike Dugan says it's nonsense. He would have knowingly outed the identity of a confidential FBI informant for a federal corruption investigation. Dugan said in a press conference he did not know a confidential source was involved in the no-bid towing case. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half-century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty half dollars for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The U.S. Supreme Court wants to find the leak. Reporter Lance Pry has the story.
Supreme Court officials are ramping up their search for the traitor of the court after passing a leaked draft opinion that leans towards overturning Roe v. Wade. Officials are requiring law clerks to provide cell phone records and sign affidavits. Some clerks say they've begun exploring the concept of hiring outside counsel. The court's moves are unprecedented and will probably find who supplied Politico with the stolen draft. A timeline by the court was not provided.
On Thursday, the House Judiciary Committee is putting gun control front and center. It will consider 8 pieces of gun control legislation that will be packaged together as the Protecting Our Kids Act. It will move to the House floor for a vote next week. That move comes as President Biden told reporters Tuesday he plans to meet with Congress. His staff mentioned executive action. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Some lawmakers in D.C. say there are still lingering questions regarding COVID-19 fraud, and they want answers.
House Republicans are demanding answers about COVID tax dollars lost to fraud that the Biden administration was investigating. Ranking members sending a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland saying there were reports of fraud totaling hundreds of billions of dollars. The letter criticizing the lack of critical safeguards that could have left those funds open to improper use. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi told C-SPAN on Tuesday there's a 1 in 3 chance of a recession this year and even odds within the next 2. The prediction by Zandi comes as inflation reaches its highest level in 40 years. Investigators are trying to determine why an exterior door at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, did not lock when it was closed before a gunman used it to get inside and kill 19 students and 2 teachers. A spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety said investigators determined the teacher propped open the door with a rock but removed it and closed the door. When she realized a shooter was on campus, that door did not lock. The teacher has not been identified. And no verdict yet in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. The jury returns Wednesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Two-wheel teams from the Buckeye State are uncommon carriers. They'll fill the stands for the wheel standers, but their Grand National season opener will have to wait. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Well, we're saddened to report the postponement of the Clay Hill Summer Sizzler in Atwood, Tennessee to 2023. The second edition of the event would have occurred this Friday and Saturday, June 3rd and 4th, but bad weather hit their independent fair a couple of weeks ago, and digging everyone out resulted in damage to the racetrack's infield. They got more rain on top last week and could not have gotten the grounds in shape to host competitors. We'll plan to return to Atwood about midway between Memphis and Nashville in western Tennessee in 2023. So keep an eye on ntpapull.com for more information. But volunteer state polling fans won't have to wait until next year, as the Chapel Hill Lions will host their Super Bowl of the South on Friday and Saturday, July 22nd and 23rd. Details are at lionssuperpoll.com. As for the two-wheel drives, they'll now poll for the first time this year at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. That marquee Midwestern match will take place Thursday through Saturday, June 23rd through 25th. The two-wheel drive class includes trucks weighing up to 6,200 pounds, including the driver. The engine must be of automotive type, is limited to 575 cubic inches, and may be supercharged or turbocharged. The vehicle's maximum length is 15 feet. A two-wheel drive may have a truck, bucket, or funny car type body. The maximum tire size is 18.4 by 16.1, and the maximum drawbar height is 30 inches. In two-wheel drive, it's a couple of Western Ohio owner-operators that keep the freight moving. The Petros of Camden, Ohio are among the most venerable names in pulling history, with 12 Grand National titles to their credit, including 10 in a row from 2009 through 2018. Elder statesman and Hall of Famer Randy, the founder of Petro Trucking in Camden, Ohio, earned 5 of those championships with Kathy's Complaint, a Ford T-Bucket named in honor of his beloved wife, who initially feared for his safety in the open cab machine. After Randy's untimely passing in 2020, son Jesse has carried on the tradition with Complaint, as well as his own 6-time champion Buckeye hauler, while cousin Joey Frazier of Liberty, Indiana, pilots Run and Block to round out a potent 3-truck force in the division. Meanwhile, just up US 127 from the Petros are the Seacrests of Salina, Ohio, Brent and Christy, who take turns driving their own bucket, nothing easy about it. They are just an off-season removed from their first Grand National campaign, which saw the tandem leading the points heading into the final event after Christie's massive victory at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. Christie was voted the NTPA's GN Rookie of the Year, and the Seacrests are no doubt contemplating other awards as they begin their sophomore season on the Premier Circuit. During the week, Brent drives for Seacrest Trucking of Salina. So whether in Tomah or at another stop along the championship trail, drop in and cheer on Jesse and Joey and Christy and Brent along the awesome drivers and teams that pull for the National Tractor Pullers Association. Check out ntpapull.com for more information and a national schedule that probably includes an event near you. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
Well, they told us going in Monday night into Tuesday morning, it might be a spectacular event or it might be a total dud. As I mentioned, I did not see a meteor in the small amount of time I was able to step outdoors. Monday night into Tuesday morning, I did during the break there. Saw a pretty spectacular one. I guess that's a part of the same what was supposed to be the big show, but it was the Tau Herculean meteor shower, technically peaking Monday night into Tuesday morning. According to Newsweek, it left most disappointed. Astronomers predicted it might be an all-or-nothing kind of event, but the potential to light the sky with 1,000 shooting stars an hour. Yeah, it appeared most people were pretty much let down. Stargazers take to social media sharing their experience. Most said it's a bust. One Twitter user said, "This meteor shower sucks. I've been outside in southwest Ontario since 10:30 p.m. It's now 10 after 1 in the morning. We've seen three. Worst meteor shower ever." Another said, "Sad, the meteor shower was a bust. Here's a few baby meteors I managed to get. I shared a couple of photographs. Yeah, little bitty ones. Yeah, well, there you go. So for the most part, not the big show that they anticipated. According to NASA, though, the comet's debris was predicted to be traveling at like 10 miles per second. That's a really slow speed when you compare it to other meteors. Shower would have been visible across North America and Canada if you had clear skies and low light pollution. Like I said, the one I saw was pretty spectacular. I had nice, fuzzy tail, kind of an orangish color. Yeah. So I guess you might spot one here and there. Hello to the Monkey Gouger. What's happening this morning?
Well, good morning, Steve. How you doing this morning?
Midweek already. I like these short work weeks.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you one thing. Arlington, Texas ain't going to be the same after this night is over with.
Oh, yeah? What happened?
We'll leave that right there. Out on the town, baby.
Ah, boy.
Good news. We thinking Tater Artist is going to be home Saturday from what the doctor's telling us. And so we all are waiting on him to come on to the house and where we can all get a good look at this young man. And Steve, I'll tell you something. I told you last night that stargazing thing was going to be a bust. And I told you Pappy was over there sugared up on them donuts, and he was seeing things, so. But Steve, this here damn world is going absolutely berserk. I mean, just berserk. Me and Moose has been working on a project, started up there at Louisville, and I took one of my old arms up there. He told me, he said, you bring me one of them arms. And he said, I'll design. He's trying to design me something where I can run my chainsaw, right? And you won't have to take a chance that thing slipping out. So we worked on that thing, worked on it. They finally got the prototype ready, got it ready to ship to me and put it on the, let's say that, that company got them brown uniforms.
Yes, sir.
And he sent it to me last week, and I'm sitting by the mailbox, patiently waiting my new chainsaw apparatus, and nothing happened. So I said, what the hell's going on here? So Moose called me and said, hey, I got bad news. I said, what's that? He said, them people in that brown uniform said they couldn't ship that thing. I said, do what? He said, yep. That it didn't meet their standards to be shipped. Now, Steve, all this thing is basically is a clamping device made out of stainless steel, and he put a thing on it where it couldn't kick back on me. And he says, I'm going to take it to the post office. So, old Moose, boy, he took it to the post office. They said, yeah. I said, what is it? He said, well, it's an apparatus for artificial arm, a prosthetic arm, to help him run a chainsaw. And they said, a chainsaw? A one-armed man running a chainsaw? Said, he got no business running a chainsaw. He said, yeah, that's what he thought when he cut his other one off with it. So, we're going to get the next go-around.
Oh, boy.
Thank goodness to the United States Post Office, that thing was delivered this morning at the house to my doorstep. And Debbie called me. She said, hey, you got a package here from Moose. I said, that's the one we looking for. I said, take it out and look at it. So she took it out and looked at it. She said, Jimmy said, that man's got a lot of work in this thing. I said, baby, we're going to make millions when this is over with.
Oh, boy.
So we're offering everybody opportunity, we get this thing patented and everything. If you want to join in, I imagine we can let you join in for a small fee, about $100. We're going to start off light on you. $100, you can get in on this multi-million-dollar apparatus we have just invented. So, anyway, that was that. But Can you imagine a company that's in the business of shipping stuff tells us that they couldn't ship something to me that is crucial to me keeping my trees cut down and everything. Now, ain't that some BS?
I get it. Well, they didn't know what it was, right?
Well, I mean, you know, anybody that has, you know, look at the thing and see what it was. It wasn't no bomb, wasn't no gun, you know. But the U.S. Postal Service, they come through. Old Uncle Sam got it delivered. So, you know, I was proud of that. And, you know, Steve, I heard you when you was opening up tonight. You were talking about that vaccine. I hadn't said a whole lot about what Debbie's going through until we really found out we had got her over it. Her feet were turning black. I'm talking about there's like no circulation in them, right?
Wow.
So they run her through a battery of tests, and it wasn't a heart, didn't have no sugar diabetes, no high blood pressure, no nothing. Well, back then when that pandemic first come out, you know, we was having trouble getting hand sanitizer, right?
Right.
So I mixed up a concoction, and you know, you've heard of seed warts, right? You know those seed warts, you get them on your fingers or your hand or something, you know, and they look like cauliflower. And I had 3 or 4 moments. When I mixed this concoction up, I noticed in about 2 weeks, them seed warts disappeared. Just wiped them right off my hand. And so, you know, she went to the dermatologist. Dermatologist said, well, look, said, we don't exactly know what it is, says, but, you know, we're going to take a biopsy of your skin, you know, where they scrape it and send it off.
Right, biopsy, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And biopsy and said, in the meantime, said, we're going, that tube of medicine, if we had to have the insurance, would have cost us $600. $600. Think about what I just told you. $600. So I was on the road and she was putting that stuff on there, and she called me one night. She was all upset. She said, Jimmy, this stuff ain't working. I said, let me ask you something. You got any of my magical solution I got mixed up? She said, yeah. I said, start putting it on your feet. She said, do what? I said, start putting it on your feet. I guarantee you that it will cure it. Steve, in 2 days, she had the circulation. Her feet ain't turned different colors or nothing. So she went back to the dermatologist for the report, and the dermatologist looked at her feet. She said, well, you know, so I reckon that cream works. The cream hell. So that's some concoction that my husband mixed up, and that's what I've been using. And she said, well, you didn't use that cream. I said, I used it for about 3 days. It wasn't doing me no good. And she said, well, if it works, use it. Can I ask you what it's got in it? And she said, you know something? I ain't got a damn clue what it's got in it. Don't even know what it's got in it. She said, well, if it's working, use it. So now here is the synopsis of what you got. You got COVID toe. And said we're starting to see it. And people that took a certain vaccine, I ain't calling no vaccines out. But anyway, it was called COVID toe. And said they've seen it in a good many people. And they said, you know, we've been prescribing this cream, and it seemed to be helping. In your case, it didn't help. So anyway, she said, there was what caused it. She said, well, there's one or two things, and we don't know. And she said it could be a lingering effect when you had COVID last year, when I infected everybody with that Omicron from that idiot down there hacking and coughing in the damn DMV, or said it could be from the vaccine. And so she says, do you know what your husband got in that concoction he's mixed up? Said, we'd like to know. And she says, well, all I can tell you is the only thing I know he got in it for sure is Everclear. $22 a gallon, baby, and you could treat a bunch of COVID, though. There's some other stuff that I mixed up in it, but, you know, that's trade secret.
Oh, secret
But
concoction,
anyway,
right?
Yeah, the secret. You know, unless they want to pay me, then I tell them what's in it. But this stuff, I mean, man, I put it on cuts, you know, that any other time I'd have got the mercurochrome or methylate out after, that good old balsam that we use down there in the South, and it's cleared them up in a day or two. I mean, this stuff is working. But, you know, that's the reason people not lining up to take. People has had enough of this government intervention in their life. And then, old Brandon up there that occupies that seat up there in D.C., he comes out, talks about these here 22 pistols and all this. Steve, I used to kill deer with 22 rifles. A 22 rifle can travel a mile. A 22 rifle with hollow points in it, or a pistol, is the most deadliest weapon known to man. You know, and I don't know where they get this part about, well, it'll stop in the lung and we can fish it out or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
You shoot somebody with a 22 rifle hollow points in it, they ain't gonna worry about fishing it out, because the next person you're gonna be seeing probably be the Undertaker. You know, you be pushing up daisies. I cannot imagine that idiot getting up there and making that statement. I mean, you know, it's well known people take a 22 lightly, but it's a lean, mean, killing machine. It's just another one of these damn grabs that he's trying to get. He's all pissed off because his damn presidential rating is down to, I think, like 23% is what I read today. Is that correct?
Maybe, it wouldn't be that. Maybe 33? That's...
Well, I was reading something tonight over there, and they said it was down to 23%.
Okay, hold that thought there. Something popped up. What is that? Something on... There we go. Take two.
But I mean, it's just, I mean, the thing I can't, this is what gets me, Steve. This is the other thing I'm going to throw, and then I'm going to get off my soapbox. You know, you said they extended the COVID relief. How long they going to do it now? Another 90 days or something?
August 31, yes.
All right. Now, this is what gets me. Any time that this country gets in a jam, who's the people that come pull it out? The American truck driver. So, you know, they lift all these restrictions and everything, and it's going to make us safer, you know. Well, my question is, what the hell we need the restrictions for anyway? We're driving without them. What the hell they need to be restricting us for? That's what gets me, you know. And I mean, like during the pandemic, we was the heroes, baby. I mean, boy, they were just eating us up one side and another for about 6 weeks. Then we turned to going back to being Class A SOBs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's just amazing. And I tell you something else. Have you looked at the price of pork in the supermarkets lately?
I haven't checked on pork. I know beef's through the roof.
Well, I'm going to tell you something. This is what I'm not understanding. Chicken and beef has went through the roof. And I was at a meat place the other day delivering, and they have a supermarket up front, and they do give truck drivers a 15% discount. And I was in there looking, you know, and they had these pork chops, center cut pork chops. There was like 32 a pack for $14. And I called David. I said, David, look here. I said, is $14 $14 pretty good for center cut pork chops, you know. And I said, they're kind of thick. She says, you damn right that's good. I said, how many you can get? I said, I can get a tractor trailer load. She said, no. We don't need that many, but said, get $100 worth of them, bring them to the house. So anyway, I got $100 worth of pork chops, and they had to help me carry them out there and put them in the back of the trailer. It was more than I could tote. And got some bacon and bought 2 turkey breasts. And I think when it was all said and done, I had $135 in it. And the way Debbie's got it figured, you know, the way she packaged them up two to a pack, put them in the freezer and everything. And she said, this will last us about October or December, the way we eat. I said, well, yeah, you know. And don't get me wrong, I'm not knocking beef because I'm a big beef supporter. Beef is what's for dinner. But what I don't understand is how come turkey and pork didn't go up like beef and chickens did. You know what I mean?
Well, the chicken price, I know, is the bird flu thing, the whole avian flu. I don't know how many million, 30 million cold or something. I thought turkey was hit too, but technically this isn't the peak time of year for people to be buying the turkey birds. Yeah, depending on if they've got, and I'm not even sure if they've got the avian flu under control yet or not. And of course, we shared last week that egg prices are expected to go. They're already up like 20%, supposed to go another 10% higher. And over the weekend, I had another, talk about all these food processing facility fires. A fire at a chicken facility, I think 200,000 birds. I believe these were the egg layers, though. Now, that's probably a small number, maybe based on the big scheme of things, the millions of eggs that are produced every day. But see if I can get the rest of the story on that. You mentioned, Joe's job approval numbers. Look at it from 538. They do like a daily poll. In January of 2021, Joe Biden's approval was 53%. Disapprove was at 36%. And the numbers started coming together closer and closer, and they crossed over. He crossed into negative territory somewhere about September of last year. It was even earlier than that. That was August. He is now at 54% disapprove and 40.8% approve. The chart looks like an X, an elongated X. But the numbers on both sides going in the wrong direction for this president, for sure. And there it is, news break time. Hey, we'll get back to the calls right after this on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
The Uvalde school police chief is not cooperating with Texas Rangers. Fox News reports Pete Arredondo has not responded to a follow-up interview for 2 days after reports surfaced that he decided to not immediately confront the suspected shooter. Matthew Bassett, former member of the Department of Health and Human Services, spoke to Fox News.
The fact that there was an hour elapsed before the suspect was engaged is contrary to all of the tactical teachings that these officers received. That was time when hemorrhage control could have been applied to the victims. It is the job of the first person who shows up to be through that door to eliminate the threat, and it appears in this case that clearly did not happen.
The school district and the Uvalde Police Department have been talking with the authorities. President Joe Biden and Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell met on Tuesday to plot a strategy to fight inflation. This is USA Radio News.
Water. It's essential to life, but it's also something that so many of us here in America take for granted. Imagine how different your life would be without access to clean water in your home. What if you had to walk to the nearest creek, stream, lake, or pond to get water? Suddenly, going to work and school wouldn't be an option because you and your children would have to spend your days collecting water. This is the day-to-day reality of most families living in the world's poorest countries. But what if I told you that you can change that reality for just pennies a day? Through our water projects, Food for the Poor is working to meet the need for water in 17 impoverished countries. But it won't happen without you. Incredibly, it only takes $15 to provide a child access to clean water for life. $15. Decades and decades of access to water for a child. Give the life-changing gift of water now. Just text USA Radio to 91999. Text USA Radio, all one word, to 91999.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive. Plus, CDL drivers, military, and first responders get an additional 10% off.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You went car shopping, you meant business. You ace vehicle history searches and test drives. You out-salesmaned the salesman. Now you've got your wheels. If you manage that, you can get your retirement plan on track. Visiting aceyourretirement.org can help. With 401k tips and smart saving strategies, you'll have the info you need to get more for your future. Go to aceyourretirement.org, because when it comes to speeding past financial challenges, you're an ace. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
right, back at it here, about halfway through our Wednesday morning, midweek already. Yeah, first day of June 1 for 2022. Yeah, keeping an eye on the tropics. They are first organized system of the 22 Atlantic hurricane season. Could form as early as Thursday, they now tell us. On the eve of the official June 1 start date to the tropical season in the Atlantic basin, forecasters tell us there is now a high chance. Last week it was a low. Now it's a high chance of a depression or tropical storm forming in the warm waters from Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, then to up anywhere around the southern half of Florida, somewhere in between. Forecasters tell us there's already some risk that the burgeoning tropical rainstorm, which will be called Alex, once it reaches that 39 per hour sustained wind threshold, it could cross Florida at the end of the week and then head over to the northern Bahamas this weekend. Now, areas where the rainstorm could first develop a circulation, become a tropical depression, and maybe even evolve into a tropical storm include the northwest corner of the Caribbean, the southeastern portion of the Gulf of Mexico. It's also possible development of a depression or named storm is delayed until this system is located just maybe east of Florida. Now, we had Agatha, which struck southern Mexico off the Pacific side over the weekend, a record-setting hurricane. Now, what's left of that, the dissipation of that system, is likely to play a role in the formation of a tropical rainstorm on the Atlantic side of the central Atlantic. They say the highly likely solution is for moisture and residual energy from Agatha to give birth to a new storm system, again on the Atlantic side. Waters are sufficiently warm, and the temperatures generally a few degrees above average in the 80s. Water temperatures surrounding western Cuba and the Florida Keys are in the middle 80s. If a budding tropical rainstorm were to wander into the very warm water, that system could strengthen rapidly, according to experts. So again, here we are in the early hours of Wednesday. Could be talking about this system developing Thursday, just around the corner here. All right, get back to the call. Chevy guy, what's happening this morning?
Oh, not a whole lot. Just having trouble getting unhooked from the trailer. I just now got it pulled. Spare truck. Losing my breath. This is pretty obvious. I just want to open up another scenario to the gun nuts. And God forbid that you put out any information like this, because some nut out there pick it up. But I will, because I know I got a bunch of megas on here, Trump supporters. They ain't going to go do it. All right, let's just play this scenario out differently. I happen to know you got a listener who doesn't call in, but he's a competitor in archery. And I mean, he's a very good archer. He could whip out a arrow and shoot it with his bow and do it fairly rapidly. I say this scenario, man, go in there. They take all the guns. You run in that school. You run into that. Now they may because now they don't. Law enforcement isn't worried about firearm. Maybe they'll rush in, but at the same time, that man could have busted into that grade school, jammed that door, took out a teacher, and just started taking out babies. And it's, if there's the insanity of it is they're going to find a way.
Right.
But bottom line, now the story is the teacher is trying to cover her butt, saying, she took when she found out there was shooting, she removed the rock that was holding the door open. No, the door should have been locked, period. At that time, there should be nobody on campus if they're not a teacher, if they're a visitor back, it should be that's a back door. They should have a visitor pass on. The campus, even if it was a campus resource officer, like I said, you could park some of these, cruisers that they're not using, park them outside, and that can be a deterrent. But the biggest deterrent is to lock down that school. Ironically, they tore down the fence down here at this high school, grade school in Allendale. And I asked one of the local residents, I said, why did they do that? They did that but right during the Sandy Hook. And they were saying that they took it down because the school board member didn't want the kids to think they were in prison.
Mm-hmm.
I said, that's ridiculous. I said, that should have been the marking zone for anybody on that property inside that fence should have a very good excuse for being there or they're going to jail. And, but there you go. The guns, an archer could have done as much damage and maybe more so because that 11-year-old was able to fake, to fake him out. But if you're an archer and you're starting to shoot, you make sure you got an arrow in every single body. So, God forbid anybody would hear that and think about doing it. But, there's a hell to gain and there's a heaven to gain and a hell to avoid. And there's going to be a lot of people in hell. And just why in the world they would take them babies? And that is the one good thing. They are in heaven. They're
right.
innocent souls.
Well, the same individual,
So,
we heard last evening, apparently he didn't really know how to drive. I guess that's, if I'm understanding why he crashed his truck. But, say school's letting out and all these kids are pouring out and they're on the sidewalk. He could have took that truck and just plowed down kids and killed just as many, with no gun involved.
Yes, it could have been done. Yep, right there. They line them up right there in front of the school, waiting for the for the parents and the buses. You can think. I'm thinking about our scenario. My babies are out, and right now it's grandkids that I'm worried about. Well, I just wanted to share that horrific scenario. It just, you know what? The nightmare we got right now, and you try not to be disrespectful. We're not supposed to be to our people in office. But Mitch McConnell, I keep seeing him standing up there after the 6th trying to say, these people defiled the hollow halls of Congress.
Yeah.
Excuse me? Because of him and his cohorts, that hollow hall of Congress is full of vile corruption and filth. You couldn't shove out an outhouse and not be dirtier than what you're in there. And matter of fact, it's going to be dirty until we see the list that we're paying with taxpayers' money for the sexual harassment of pages and people that work in, women and boys that are working in the Capitol, and these filthy congressmen, whether it be Republican or Democrat. Until they reveal this list that does not belong to them, it belongs to us. This filth and this, there's nobody on the 6th that could have possibly done anything to defile it. But that Mitch McConnell, please, somebody start saying something to somebody and get him out of there. I ain't from Kentucky. I vote against Lindsey Graham every chance I get, but he seems to keep getting it in there. So other than that, we keep doing what we're doing. We're going to copy the mail, see if we got the pin pulled on this thing. So now I'm going to see if I can make a little bit of money this morning.
All right, good luck.
Oh, by the way, whenever you... Go ahead.
I said good luck.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you. And
All right, have a good morning. Let me see. I found it was Minnesota over the weekend. Massive flames. Tens of thousands of chickens in Howard Lake, Minnesota. Fire started Saturday night at Forsman Farms. Major damage. One eyewitness says it's unbelievable how quickly it grew. It was insane as the whole sky was lit up. It was quite large. Firefighters from multiple agencies across Wright County showed up. Many volunteer firefighters. A barn housing tens of thousands of chickens leveled in what a farm spokesperson called a tragic accident. According to the Forsman Farms website, farm started in 1918. Now the fourth-generation family farm sells more than 3 million eggs a day to some of the nation's largest retailers. Statement says, overnight, a fire destroyed one of our barns. No one injured. We're grateful for the first responders who were quickly on the scene. Unfortunately, chickens were lost. We're evaluating the extent of the damage, which appears to be confined to a single structure, but a rather large structure. What else we got? Fires are scary in general, but when you see something of that scale out of control, it was just hard. You think about the chickens, people that are worked there. It's a hard hit because we're already struggling, with the eggs and the cost of things. That's going to take an additional bite out of the market. So this report says farms still evaluating the extent of the damage. So that's a pretty big farm. No, they don't point out how many structures that particular farm had as well. One farm, but I saw one report maybe up to 200,000 hens. All right, we'll get a quick break in here and back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring cord that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, hello to No Handle Dave out there listening in. Steve, I just saw a great billboard on I-69 South about the 351 mile marker near Angola. Now, for the last couple of years, it's always had something on it about the Democrats, the billboard. Today, it says donkeypox, the disease killing America. Donkeypox, there you go. On my way back to Indy from Kalamazoo, got 75 degrees here near Auburn, Indiana. Be safe, everyone, and let's go, Brandon. From No Handle Dave. All right. Terry checks in. Let's see, when it comes to the shooting in Texas, unleash police. If a mistake is made from all the confusion going into a scene like that, from wanting to put cops in jail, damned if they do, damned if they don't. Pappy kind of brought that up last evening, you're right, Terry, and that was part of our discussion. If you weren't with us, the discussion about arming teachers, and he brought up the fact, Steve, a lot of teachers in schools these days. I mean, they're not all, gray-haired women, There's a lot of young. You could have a 25-year-old male who is a teacher, who may be armed with a sidearm in that school. You get a call about an active shooter, and police are storming in the hallways, and you come across, here's a guy with a gun. Do you shoot him? Is that the shooter? What if it turns out that that's actually just a young teacher who was looking to, just a lot of unknowns, as he was kind of trying to explain when it comes to arming the teachers. All right, about 5 before the hour. Who we got up here? Let's see. We'll get to Robert coming up just ahead. Gilligan on the line next. Morning, Gilligan. What's happening?
Oh, not much. Just driving up I-77 here in Virginia, eating freezing cups. Yeah, I'm a little different gig now. I'll be on 81 here in a few minutes. Hey, Steve, I'm going to touch on some things. Steve, Happy and one of your other listeners were discussing these background checks. Now, they brought up the fact that doing a background check and using references. Well, there's there's a big problem with that. People say, well, just contact your references. Well, the person that's going to put that application out is going to put references that are going to be for their favor, and you don't. Well, then it's brought up the fact, the person doing the background check checks references. But how did you know that person even knows that? See, we've seen this. I know you have, at least. I've had an uncle that used to rent rental properties. I've heard other people rent rental properties. Oh, you check the references. Well, they're going to put references down. It's going to do nothing but praise them. Same way with hiring someone.
All right. Ain't nobody's gonna offer up a reference for someone they don't think is gonna give them a positive review. Sure.
Exactly. And all the background checks, all this stuff will not stop one of these animals. I hate to say it, but Chevy guy's right. A bow and arrow. That is a very deadly weapon. What did they use before they had guns? Crossbows was something that was used for what, a couple thousand years ago. It's longbows and that sort of stuff, swords. These animals will figure out a way to kill you. The only thing you can do is to me, is make our schools more secure. I've said that time and time again. Make it to where they can't get in. We questioned that. We forced on that, and talked about that and talked about it. Now, I actually applied for Winchester City Police Department some years ago. Unfortunately, I had no college, and I was trying to get in without a college degree, and they decide their policy is you have to have a degree.
And Gilligan disappears. Well, I guess is that the hills of West Virginia? I suppose it is. As we head toward top of the hour news update, rolling up toward the midnight hour here about a month ago. I don't even think I'd come across that. We'd all heard about the avian flu, the avian influenza, the culling of the birds, chickens, turkeys, as we've all been witnessing. Yeah, egg prices skyrocketing. Let's see. Gary posted here, again, about a month ago, something called, ever heard of egg drop syndrome? It's a new one on me, but I'm not up to speed on the farming community, if you know what I mean. Egg drop syndrome reported in nearly 24 Indiana farms at the time. The virus causes a decrease in egg production, and when eggs are produced, their shells are very thin or even non-existent. The disease is not fatal to chickens, poses no threat to humans, but it does hurt the market because the eggs cannot be sold. The Indiana State Board of Animal Health says producers should report any signs of the disease immediately. So there's another. You got the avian flu, you got egg drop syndrome, you got poultry house fires. I mean, they're looking into the cause of that blaze over the weekend at the poultry farm there in Minnesota. You know, something else you may be hearing about, shortages of this summer. Not only a shortage of truck drivers, teachers, and restaurant workers as the summer begins, lifeguards for many of the country's public pools, they tell us, according to the American Lifeguard Association. Yeah, I said on Monday that a third of the nation's more than 300,000 public pools may not be able to open for the summer and could potentially cause an increase in drownings due to a lack of certified swimming lessons. This means we're going to have increased drownings because one of the things you want to do is learn how to swim as early as possible. It's actually becoming a snowball effect. It's not only a crisis this year, but we're going to have to relook at how we need to prevent this from continuing into many more years to come. Now, Newsweek reported on that warning of the upcoming shortage, noting that there's not enough youth getting certified to become lifeguards in order to staff the public pools. Regretfully, it's going to get worse this summer. We have 309,000 public pools in this country. We don't have the youth in the ratio to the population to staff these pools. Now, this dates back even before the COVID pandemic because the U.S. was relying on foreigners with J-1 visas to fill those roles. You realized I had no idea. Apparently, we brought tens of thousands of lifeguards over every summer to help fill those positions that we needed. The pandemic cut off the supply by suspending those visas. Now we're going to get the facilities open. We won't have the staff to do the rotation, or we won't have the staff we'd like to see. Some of these kids haven't been in the water in 2 years. Not only do we have a lifeguard shortage, but now we don't have enough kids who know how to swim who cannot become lifeguards in, say, 5 or 10 years. Now, some say there's also low pay for the occupation. It's a limited season and just a general lack of interest, people who might be willing to even take the job, right? I mean, you could work at, say, Target or nowadays even McDonald's. And there's no testing, there's no responsibility of having to save somebody's life. So I guess just maybe not the interest is there. But we'll return after this, get the news update, top of the hour, the midnight hour on the West Coast, here on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Most Americans blame President Joe Biden, not Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for rampant inflation plaguing the U.S. This, according to a study released Tuesday. The Convention of States Action Trafalgar Group survey found almost 60% of people identified Biden's policies and spending as the leading contributor to rising inflation in the U.S. Biden told reporters earlier in May his administration's policies are helping, not causing, inflation and high gas prices. Detroit's mayor is denying claims being leveled against him. Detroit Mayor Mike Dugan says it's nonsense. He would have knowingly outed the identity of a confidential FBI informant for a federal corruption investigation. Dugan said in a press conference he did not know a confidential source was involved in the no-bid towing case. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The U.S. Supreme Court wants to find the leak. Reporter Lance Pry has the story.
Supreme Court officials are ramping up their search for the traitor of the court after passing a leaked draft opinion that leans towards overturning Roe v. Wade. Officials are requiring law clerks to provide cell phone records and sign affidavits. Some clerks say they've begun exploring the concept of hiring outside counsel. The court's moves are unprecedented and will probably find who supplied Politico with the stolen draft. A timeline by the court was not provided.
On Thursday, the House Judiciary Committee is putting gun control front and center. It will consider 8 pieces of gun control legislation that will be packaged together as the Protecting Our Kids Act. It will move to the House floor for a vote next week. That move comes as President Biden told reporters Tuesday he plans to meet with Congress. His staff mentioned executive action. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download at iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Some lawmakers in D.C. say there are still lingering questions regarding COVID-19 fraud, and they want answers.
House Republicans are demanding answers about COVID tax dollars lost to fraud that the Biden administration was investigating. Ranking members sending a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland saying there were reports of fraud totaling hundreds of billions of dollars. The letter criticizing the lack of critical safeguards that could have left those funds open to improper use. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi told C-SPAN on Tuesday there's a 1 in 3 chance of a recession this year and even odds within the next 2. The prediction by Zandi comes as inflation reaches its highest level in 40 years. Investigators are trying to determine why an exterior door at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, did not lock when it was closed before a gunman used it to get inside and kill 19 students and 2 teachers. A spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety said investigators determined the teacher propped open the door with a rock but removed it and closed the door. When she realized a shooter was on campus, that door did not lock. The teacher has not been identified. And no verdict yet in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. The jury returns Wednesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Flagtown. Let it roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. It don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. We'll catch it all on that Steve Summers show. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that hot shot secret in the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
All righty, welcome into a Wednesday for our friends on the West Coast. Just past the midnight hour, 3:10 Eastern Time. Good to have you with us for all those in between. First day of June. One of the headlines from Breitbart News this past day is, did May even happen? What a crazy month it was. The ups and downs on the stock market, incredible drops and bouncing back and forth. You can't help but noticing that the stock market ended just about where it started the month. S&P 500 moved about a 0.5 percentage point lower from the first day in trading through the last. Dow Jones Industrial Average moved 0.2 of a percentage point. Now, some evidence can be found in the oil market that the world did not actually stand still in the month of May. West Texas Intermediate moved from about $105 a barrel to $115, despite the fact that we continue to release 1 million barrels per day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve trying to hold down prices. Price of gas set at least half a dozen record highs, especially in the back half of the month. AAA said, this may actually have been the calm before the storm. Are you kidding me? Now that the summer driving season is here, oil and gas prices are likely to rise even more. This will undoubtedly make Americans even less confident in the economy and the Biden presidency. Latest poll on economic sentiment from Gallup showed that just 1% of Americans think the economy is excellent. 1%? 13% say it's good. 39% say things are maybe fair. It's the staggering 46% that say the economic conditions are poor. Hope is fading fast. 77% say they expect things are going to get worse by the end of the year. Now, Gallup likes to ask this question. What is the most important problem facing the United States, without giving them any prompts? Like usually, is it A, B, C, or D? Just what in your mind is the most important problem? Now, for decades, it was like 1% of people would say inflation. Well, we're not surprisingly, we're looking at 40-year highs in inflation right now. So now it's up to 18%. 12% would say just the economy in general. The only issue receiving more attention when asked that question is political leadership. Top concern, huh? Political leadership. All right, let's get back to our calls this morning. Robert, thanks for hanging in there. What's happening?
Oh, not much. Thanks for taking my call there, Steve. Monkey Gouger was talking about his hand. They were trying to ship it through UPS. I wonder if they told him that it was his arm they were shipping. Because, UPS doesn't ship body parts. And back in '86, you may or may not remember this, but back in 1986, they were shipping heads through UPS. And one of the boxes got opened up, and it rode out on the floor. So they're pretty strict about not sending body parts out.
So that was like,
I don't know if that's
was that medical research stuff that they would be doing, donated things and whatnot for medical research?
That's right. And of course, everybody at work there got a shirt, went out and got shirts that says, I work at UPS, I got a head.
Oh, boy.
But, so yeah, that's the thing about Monkey Gouger. Now, the other guy was talking about Mitch McConnell. I live in Kentucky, and I would vote for somebody else that wasn't as stupid. The people they put up against Mitch are just plain ignorant. One of them said the government's the one that created all the jobs. So until they get somebody better to run against him, that's who we got.
So it's the old lesser of two evils scenario. Like Mitch sucks, but the alternative sucks even more.
That's exactly right. That's my opinion, y'all. So
yeah, sure.
But yeah, I don't like him either. So
how about that?
I'm gonna get off here because I'm in my garage, and my wife's probably gonna wonder why I'm sitting in the garage.
Why are you sitting in the car? Okay. Well, thanks for hanging in there to join us this morning. I do appreciate that, Robert. Yeah, he held on a few minutes, so he got to the home 20 and still waited for us. All right. Hello, Philip, I believe. Morning.
Morning. How you doing, bud? You doing all right?
Hey, can you believe it's hump day already?
It is, and guess what it is today? Today is the first day of hurricane season.
It is.
I heard you talking about them storms earlier.
Yeah,
and,
now they're saying a high likelihood of development maybe by Thursday, they're saying.
Yeah, it's out there. It's just a cluster of storms right now. But, there's a couple things you got to look at right now over the Gulf. I mean, sure, the warm water's there and whatnot, but it's the shear that they're looking at right now that they're hoping tears it up, keeps it apart. If that happens, that's a good thing. But the big thing that I noticed this year is the models are not in agreement with each other anymore like they used to be. There's a lot of indecision between the European and the GFS models this year, and it's not looking too promising when they do that kind of stuff, because then it's not accurate to the point that we want. But and also, if you live in the state of Florida, you got your 2 weeks of tax-free hurricane stuff. If you want to buy your generator, you want to buy your different things down here for your preps. It's tax-free this next 2 weeks. So, but we'll see how it goes. Steve, you were mentioning about the lifeguards. That's been going down big time for the last 5-10 years down here, especially at Daytona in that area. The problem is our generation. A lot of the generation don't want to go out to the beach in the summer and hang out and have fun with their friends and like be outdoors like we used to be. We want to be inside playing our games and on our computers and that kind of stuff. That's what's going on with that. They've that I know of, at least in the last 5 years, Daytona, they can't get lifeguards to save their life over there. They've had shortages for a long time, even before the pandemic. If you're going to go on the beaches in Volusia County, they don't have as many lifeguard stands as they used to have, and most of them are pretty much close to Daytona. But if you're going to go in the southern or northern cities like Ormond or down there by Ponce Inlet, you're not going to see as many lifeguards, and that's why it's just. I just think, Steve, it's this generation. Our generation today is just not into going outside and hanging out like we used to be. You know, when we were kids, we hung outside, you know, and had fun when it was nice out. You went out and played, you know. You don't see kids doing that anymore. They're inside playing games and eating. And the pandemic even made that even worse because they're staying in the house just chowing down. So what do you think, Steve?
So in many cases, you're swimming at your own risk. Obviously, if you get caught in a rip current and there ain't no lifeguards there, you might be in a world of trouble. Any idea what the pay they were mentioning pay? I mean, for the lifeguards along the major beaches, especially in the tourist areas, Daytona and whatnot, they make a pretty good payday, don't they?
No, it's not that. It's not that good. It's probably it's about $12 to $13 an hour.
I'll be done.
It's always been that way because they've always got kids that are in their late teens to do it. You know, they're still in high school. They're still in school. I think you have to be 16 to be a lifeguard to start out with, and it's pretty bad down here. And I seen this about a month ago on television down here. Now, you know these little water parks that are spurring up around Orlando? We've had a lot of them in the last 10 years. You know, Wet and Wild, that's gone. That's been gone. That's now a hotel. But there's been a lot of, like, little water parks come up that have been coming up with the resorts. Well, pandemic come along, they laid a lot of people off. Well, now the water parks are coming, they're bouncing back, and they're trying to find people for these water parks, lifeguards. And they're only offering $13, $14 for that, and that's inland at a water park. The pay has always been low because they get these, you know, these older teenagers in there to do the job, but now they're not in there because they're too busy on their computer and playing games. So they've got other means of making money, obviously, hopefully, but you know, that's what's happened to it. And as far as the beach goes, when you go out there, there's a lifeguard stand there, and they've got the flags posted, and they've got a list of the flags and what to look for, but I don't think people really look at it anymore. They really don't. So, Steve, did you hear anything about China being kind of mad at Elon Musk?
Yeah, I saw something along the lines that they're going to be developing weapons to take out his Starlink satellites or something. Is that what you're talking about?
Absolutely. I mean, they kind of mad because they don't want him putting that stuff over their country because they think that with our military using it, it might have the capability to look at what's going on in their country. They're not too happy about that. I seen that article yesterday, and I thought I'd mention it to you. I mean, I didn't realize. I mean, I knew he had a lot of them up there. He's got like 2,300 of them up there right now, from what I understand. And they want to get up to 4,500. Now I'm thinking to myself, you got 4,500 little cubes floating around up there. First off, when you get into launching vehicles, that's something that's in the way that could potentially hurt your vehicle going up. I mean, we saw it happen with the Columbia disaster. But I can understand their thought in it, but they're launching vehicles that are going up there and coming back in the atmosphere, and it could possibly fall back down to us. I mean, that's even worse. Nonetheless, they're going to start building. Well, they've already started building the space station up there.
Yeah.
And Steve, I got a question for all the listeners out there, everybody. Now, there's always been questions about whether we go up into space, if it's real or not, be it from the Apollo missions back in the day or what's going on today. And do I know it's real or not? I would have to be face to face to see it. Do I think it's real? Yeah. Well, they wouldn't spend billions of dollars to do it. But here's one thing that kind of questions me, and I saw this the other day on the Starlink missions. Now, they put the Starlink capsule that took off from Cape Kennedy, and it went to the ISS. And I brought this question up to Monkey Gouger and a few of the guys out there and to look at it and see. Now, space is a vacuum, right, Steve? Everybody knows that space is just a giant vacuum. Okay, there's not supposed to be any wind in space with a vacuum, right? That's what we've all been taught. Okay, so you go and you look at the video of the Starlink capsule hooking up to the ISS. Okay, on a lot of those rockets, they put like a chafing material on the outside of them, and sometimes it gets loose and it flutters in the wind. It's kind of like if you took a banner or flag and waved it through the wind. Now, my question to everybody out there is, this Starlink was hooking up to the space station, and I saw some of this chafe, and it was waving, and it looked like the wind. Now, space is supposed to be a vacuum. There's not supposed to be any kind of wind up there. So that's my question: is it real or not? So I'm not there at the ISS. I can't see them. I'm just seeing the camera. Now that's my question. Now, could it be fake? Could be. You know how today's things could be done in the studio. I mean, it'd take a heck of a studio or CGI to make that kind of a picture. But it makes you think, is it real or not? And I know that question's been put. I mean, look at the flag on the moon. They showed that flag on the moon on the Apollo missions. It was straight out there, and it was flying. It looked like it was flying in the wind. Now, as the question goes up before, space is a vacuum. There's not supposed to be no wind in space. So it just makes you think, is it real or not? So just one of those things you throw out there.
There you go.
I know it's got to be real, I would think.
If it ain't real, what the hell am I watching fly over? I've got the alerts. See the space station anytime you're going to have a flyover. Yeah, we got clear skies. I've seen it many a times. If it ain't the space station, what is it that we're seeing fly over? All right, quick time out here. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
So I looked up some of the numbers on lifeguard pay. I could have swore I saw some headline that, lifeguards can make up to $500,000. I'm like, what? So Google search some of the headline, lifeguard pay. All right, so obviously it brings up, as I'm based in Southwest Ohio, the secret bunker here in Cincinnati. Several links, salary estimates from Glassdoor, anywhere from $6.3 thousand to $150,000 a year. Salary.com, lifeguard, $23,000 to $38,000 a year. Zip Recruiter says anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000 per year. Now those are local things. Yeah, scroll down a bit further. Some of the questions. How much do most lifeguards get paid? Average salary for a lifeguard is $14.33 per hour in the United States. Okay. That was updated May 25 of 2022. So literally, within the week, $14.33 an hour. Yeah, you could work at Mickey D's or Target. Now, some of these crazy hourly pay numbers, I guess if you want to make money as a lifeguard, you got to move to Los Angeles. Auditors at openthebooks.com found that lifeguards make a fortune in Los Angeles County. 7 lifeguards made more than $300,000. 82 lifeguards had total earnings that exceeded $200,000 in the latest available statistics. Fernando Boito was the most highly paid, earning $391,000 and some change. Do what? So I don't. Is this lifeguards where they're for the rich and the famous or something maybe? So average lifeguard making $14 an hour. I guess you can make a good living. You'd be a rich lifeguard there in Los Angeles County, but who in the hell wants to live in L.A., right? All right, bottom of the hour, we'll get our news break. Mercury Man got you coming up. Eagles on board, the Scarecrow, and it's 844-844-3388. So here we are. It's back out to the racetrack this weekend. This weekend, heading off to Brownsburg, Indiana. This will actually be at Lucas Oil Raceway, June 3rd through the 5th. So that is this Friday, Saturday, Sunday, this weekend. And this is a big one. It's the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge. This is a cool deal. It's, you've got the Diesel Dyno. 3 separate events over 3 different days. And you try to be the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge winner. The Diesel Dyno And then you've got the drag racing and sled pulling. Hot Shot Secret is actually the presenting pool sponsor this weekend. And they'll be there. They'll have their booth set up. Plus, Stacy David. Who's that? Well, that's the television host of Gears. Stacy David will be at the Hot Shot Secret booth at the Ultimate Call-Out Challenge to sign autographs Saturday from noon till 1 p.m. So make sure to get by and say hi. I'm assuming Kyle's going to be there. I'm not sure if Josh, I think Josh is supposed to be heading out this weekend somewhere too. Now, there may be a tractor pulling event that he's heading to because there's so much going on, but I'll have to get an update on that. But Ultimate Call-Out Challenge this weekend. Back after this on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Most Americans blame President Joe Biden, not Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for rampant inflation plaguing the U.S. This, according to a study released Tuesday. The Convention of States Action Trafalgar Group survey found almost 60% of people identified Biden's policies and spending as the leading contributor to rising inflation in the U.S. Biden told reporters earlier in May his administration's policies are helping, not causing, inflation and high gas prices. Detroit's mayor is denying claims being leveled against him. Detroit Mayor Mike Dugan says it's nonsense. He would have knowingly outed the identity of a confidential FBI informant for a federal corruption investigation. Dugan said in a press conference he did not know a confidential source was involved in the no-bid towing case. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, quick like before we get back to the calls. Headline says, did NASA find hell? Go ahead. Scientists brace for the first glimpse of a world that constantly burns. Mankind's first look at conditions on a super Earth, 50 light years away, is expected in the coming weeks. Via the James Webb Space Telescope, NASA is bracing to see the stuff of nightmares. The planet, called 55 Cancri E, apparently orbits so close to its sun-like star that surface conditions could literally be like the hell of biblical description. A dimension in a constant state of burning. Data shows 55 Cancri E is less than 1.5 million miles from its star. That's 1/25th the distance of Mercury from our sun, according to NASA. The surface temperatures are far above the melting point of typical rock-forming minerals. The day side of the planet is thought to be covered in oceans of lava. Imagine if Earth were much, much closer to the sun, so close that an entire year would last only a few hours, so close that gravity has locked one hemisphere in permanent, searing daylight and the other in endless darkness. So close that the oceans boil away, rock begins to melt, and the clouds rain lava. Okay, NASA said nothing like it exists in our solar system. But among the things that scientists hope to discover is if the planet is tidally locked, as they call it, one side facing the star at all times, or does it actually rotate in a manner that would create kind of a day and night side? Initial views from NASA's less powerful Spitzer space telescope show something mysterious is happening on the planet, because the hottest spot is not the part that directly faces its star. Okay, something about a dynamic atmosphere that moves heat around. All right. Now, the James Webb Space Telescope, though, is expected to be fully operational in a matter of weeks. And its first observations are expected through the summer, according to NASA. They were kind of keeping it under the hat, what the first targets of the James Webb would be once it became fully operational. I guess that's kind of letting us know, whatever that planet is, Cancri E, have we discovered hell? Good morning, Mercury Man.
Hey, that sounds like a fun place to visit.
It doesn't sound like the kind of place I'd want to live for eternity, does it?
That's right. That's right. A little humid.
Yeah, right.
Of course, that gets like that down here all the time in the summer anyway. Hey, you reckon that monkey gouge or monkey rub would work good on hemorrhoids?
I don't know. You said that.
I'm not ready to try anything.
But that main ingredient, what do you say? Everclear?
Everclear, yeah.
Uh-huh. You give us a shot.
Yeah,
and let us know how that goes.
I'm desperate, man. Look, talking about lifeguards and everything, we always volunteered. I used to lifeguard for the city pool here when I was a teenager, years ago, through the American Red Cross. We would teach kids how to swim and everything, and then sometimes the parents would tip us and stuff, stuff like that. But we didn't get paid for nothing. We always wanted to do it because that's where all the pretty girls were in bikinis and everything, on the weekends. So we always, sure, we'll watch them, they didn't get paid for that.
Wow.
But that was me. Of course, Joe Biden, he should be able to know, how much you get paid. That's what he did when he was younger, talking about the kids would come up and put the water on his legs, and his hair on his legs would stick out straight, and all that crap. But let's put on our conspiracy theory hats right quick and just let's see where this takes us from. That Michael Sessman, I don't know if you heard that today, he got acquitted.
I saw that.
His peers
someone a few weeks ago predicted, Steve, this trial, it's all going to be a dog and pony show. They ain't never going to convict him. I guess they were right.
No. Yeah. But the one thing that come out in this trial was that, of course, we all know the involvement of Hillary.
Yep.
She was the one, it all come out before that. She's the one that gave them the stories and everything. But did you know that in, what's that, CUI, the lawyer service that he worked for, what is it called, CUI something? Anyway, they had an office there for the FBI. The FBI had a presence in their office, in the building with them. And come to find out, of course, that's a big no-no. That lawyer firm is the main one for the Democratic National Committee, and they've got office access to the FBI inside that building. And people were talking about it this afternoon. So how in the world can that happen? You cannot have a main line of anything. And one guy spoke up, said that what they would do, they would write these stories and stuff like that, and they would hand it to the FBI people inside the building with them, and they would figure out ways to try to introduce it into the FBI themselves, to get these stories going. Knowing they were all lies, but they had to figure out a way to do it so it wouldn't look like a lie. You know what I'm saying? But it's things like that just it boggles the mind how they can just blatantly do this stuff and get away with it. Now, tying in with the FBI, I think we've got FBI people out there. Well, I think we got a bunch of rogue FBI people out there, because now it did come to light yesterday about the shooter in Texas was talking to a retired FBI person, FBI agent, and that he knew 30 minutes before the shooter left to go do his deed. He knew about it and didn't say nothing. And the rumor is, of course, this is all conspiracy theory. This is just my opinion of putting two and two together and stuff like that. That they might have thought that he may have been egging it on, just like the guys up in Michigan that egged it on with the governor up there to try to get them guys to kidnap the governor, which all of them guys were acquitted. Every one of them were acquitted. But it was proven that the informants, the FBI informants up there, were trying to get these guys to, coerce them into doing that deal. And there was also, way back in a couple of years ago, when that guy killed all them people out there in Las Vegas, at that country concert, they never did find out what happened, but they seemed to think that was a rogue FBI, and that also trying to cause anarchy, because I wouldn't put it past anybody, all these, especially these damn Democrats, of what they wouldn't do to try to get the Second Amendment repealed, as far as guns go. And it was just a laughing to say that I almost busted a gut laughing at Biden today when he's talking about that 22 was just absolutely, just the 9mm will rip a lung out, whatever. And I just died. For people are making decisions for us that have no idea what the hell they're talking about. But it's all, if you look at it from the conspiracy theorist, it all looks like it tries to fit. But I don't know. And another thing too, that I found out that guy, I can't never think of his name, the shooter that killed them kids.
Ramos.
That was Daniel's. Yeah, that was where he got all his stuff from. It was Daniel's. Daniel's Defense. That's what it is, and that's a huge store, and a lot of people buy stuff from them all over the country, But and there was a guy on TV today talking about he assessed on how much he spent. And he said it's more close to $8,000 what he spent for them guns, because he was talking about the ARs that he had were top of the line, and they were about $2,000 a piece.
Okay.
And all the ammo and everything, and he was figuring up $1 a piece for those shells at 5.56 NATO rounds, And he had figured out about $8,000. And you just don't. I just wonder if he took, hell, how can you have a credit card when you ain't got no damn job or anything like that to back it up? But I guess you could get a credit card, but man, it shouldn't be hardly anything on it. But it's crazy though, ain't it? It's just
I mean, at 18, and he had just, I think he dropped out of high school, if I understand correctly. Let me share this from. I guess this was from Friday as we were headed into the Memorial Day. It may have been Saturday even. Yeah, had Dateline Uvalde, Texas. It did not go without notice when an 18-year-old who frequently sparred with classmates before dropping out of high school posted a photograph of two long black rifles on his Instagram story. That image was startling enough that one of the freshman students at Uvalde High School sent it to his older cousin Saturday morning and asked who would have let this guy obtain the weapons. Because obviously they knew the kid. To which the cousin replied, "He gonna shoot something up." That's what the cousin, Jeremiah Munoz, said. Jeremiah, who had graduated from the same high school and knew the former student. But the freshman noted that the week ahead was the last week of the school year and actually said in words that would become chillingly prescient, "I'm scared to go to school now." To which he added a skull emoji. So this is a freshman at the school that the shooter had essentially dropped out of. You know, kids saw this guy posting photos of the two long guns, and he's like, I guess rightfully so, fearful of this kid. The exchange adds to the wealth of evidence that Ramos had begun to tease his plans, sometimes in oblique and sometimes in more explicit ways in the days and weeks before he acted. Now, the freshman was far from the only person who had fears that this kid might turn the weapons on students in the district. A 15-year-old girl in Germany had video chatted with Ramos as he visited a gun store, unpacked a box of ammunition that he had ordered online, and showed off the black duffel bag holding magazines and a rifle. One of his co-workers at the Wendy's in Uvalde said that this Ramos frequently snapped at other employees and customers, and they took to calling him names, including school shooter, in part because of his long hair and his dark garb. A California woman that he had met online said she had been afraid when he actually tagged her in a picture of his guns out of the blue, telling him, "It's just scary. That's just scary, dude. Why would you share this with me?" All those exchanges raise more questions about whether teenagers who knew him should have maybe voiced their concerns to parents or authorities. They could also provide warning signs for the millions of parents and students that are all now asking how the next mass shooting can be stopped. Experts in mass shootings call disclosures like this, the one that he played out online, they call them leakage. They are much more common among young gunmen. You see significantly more leakage among adolescents who carry out attacks than you do adults. As many as 90% of young attackers might kind of tip their hand, tell somebody in advance about their intent to harm someone. Law enforcement has increasingly tried to identify future attackers by focusing more on their behavior and less on their potential motives or ideologies. At a news conference last Friday, the police did reveal even more potential warning signs. Apparently, the 18-year-old had unsuccessfully asked his sister to buy him a gun back in September. And then in March, told friends in a group message that he was buying one. Later in March, someone was concerned enough to send him a message on Instagram asking, "Are you going to shoot up a school or something?" To which he replied, "No. And stop asking dumb questions." Wow. Of course, he did eventually purchase those two rifles with a debit card after turning 18. So, debit card. Where'd he get all that money? The people in his orbit, I guess they'd say, all have been giving varying explanations about why they didn't report their concerning behavior. All right, with that, what are we looking at? About 5 before the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Hello to the heat wave. What's going on? Happy hump day already.
Yeah, ain't it though? A debit card?
Yeah.
Hell, mine was set at $500. Now it's set for $750. But still, a kid, he must have been making hell of a good money there at Wendy's. Oh, Lord have mercy. I mean, just you reading that, I'm seeing flags already. You know, debit card paid for the rifles, the ammunition. Good night. Well, just getting ready here to go to Phoenix, and I was trying to figure out what all I missed out on. I guess so. Nutty Uncle Joe didn't get to go to the border. His best opportunity to go there. And I guess if you just ignore a problem, then it doesn't exist, huh? Good Lord. So, yeah, it's just one of them damn things that you have to question, this guy, whether or not he is intentionally screwing up the country to get it screwed up so bad where everybody's going to have to just depend on the government for everything. I understood he was talking about banning weapons, handguns, in the 9mm. And I thought I heard that on Fox News yesterday.
Correct.
Why does he think the 9mm is such a bad weapon? It's like it's not that big around, I don't think.
Well, apparently,
someone
someone told Joe, because in his remarks, he alluded to the fact that he was told that a .22 round would lodge, say, in someone's lung, and it could be removed and maybe save their life, whereas a 9mm, in his words, would blow the lung out. That was his words.
Oh, good night. Well, Democrats, you got what you wanted. And then you got Pelosi, her husband, Paul, gets busted for DUI, and then they're blaming it on Republicans. It kind of has a familiar ring. Didn't back in the 90s when Clinton was getting his jollies off with Monica, that old hag of his was saying it was a right-wing conspiracy to smear her husband's good name, and then found out, well, it wasn't really a right-wing conspiracy at all. He did, and she did too. Hillary was just left out. So, these people need to take responsibility for their own actions, stop blaming others, and just own up to it. You messed up. And as far as this kid with the guns, like I said last week, I'm of the opinion that the only way you can purchase these guns is if you've been in the military, been properly trained, and got an honorable discharge. Of course, by that time, you're not 18 no more. You may be 18 going in, but you'd be 22 or older getting out,
Right.
So, anyways, I never thought the lifeguards made that little money. I mean, back in the 80s and 90s, you'd watch Babe Watch, and shoot, seemed like them women were making a ton of money being out there on the beach.
Well, wasn't that?
I don't know if they were doing any life saving.
Was Baywatch? That's California, so I don't know. Were they lifeguards at Los Angeles? They might have been making a couple $100,000.
Well, maybe so. I had a friend of mine where I used to work at in Texas. He actually walked onto the set. He didn't even know that was going on, and they invited him to have a lunch with them. And they're like, "Yeah, all right, whatever." I guess they thought he was an extra. So, but that's another story for another time. Well, I better get going before my boss starts yelling at me. But, Senor, always a pleasure talking to you. Y'all have a good night.
All right. Have a great day and be safe out there. And that brings us to our final hour just ahead, but plenty of room for you. Jump on in at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Most Americans blame President Joe Biden, not Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for rampant inflation plaguing the U.S. This according to a study released Tuesday. The Convention of States Action Trafalgar Group survey found almost 60% of people identified Biden's policies and spending as the leading contributor to rising inflation in the U.S. Biden told reporters earlier in May his administration's policies are helping, not causing, inflation and high gas prices. Detroit's mayor is denying claims being leveled against him. Detroit Mayor Mike Dugan says it's nonsense. He would have knowingly outed the identity of a confidential FBI informant for a federal corruption investigation. Dugan said in a press conference he did not know a confidential source was involved in the no-bid towing case. This is USA Radio News.
Wendy Bell here for my friends at Swiss America. Did you know the U.S. Constitution authorizes only two forms of legitimate money, gold and silver? That's right. But our government abandoned gold and silver a half century ago. Meanwhile, gold and silver prices have rocketed in recent years due to growing economic uncertainty. So, to help my listeners, Swiss America has a very special offer today. Silver Walking Liberty $half at the amazingly low price of $12.50 each, delivered. You heard me right, $12.50. Call now to reserve your silver coins at 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490. Silver Walking Liberty $half for just $12.50 each, delivered while supplies last. Put a silver lining in your financial portfolio now by calling 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490.
The U.S. Supreme Court wants to find the leak. Reporter Lance Pry has the story.
Supreme Court officials are ramping up their search for the traitor of the court after passing a leaked draft opinion that leans towards overturning Roe v. Wade. Officials are requiring law clerks to provide cell phone records and sign affidavits. Some clerks say they've begun exploring the concept of hiring outside counsel. The court's moves are unprecedented and will probably find who supplied Politico with the stolen draft. A timeline by the court was not provided.
On Thursday, the House Judiciary Committee is putting gun control front and center. It will consider 8 pieces of gun control legislation that will be packaged together as the Protecting Our Kids Act. It will move to the House floor for a vote next week. That move comes as President Biden told reporters Tuesday he plans to meet with Congress. His staff mentioned executive action. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. If you like my radio show, you're going to love my podcast, War Raw. Each podcast, I present my top 10 most outrageous, salacious, and controversial stories of the week. I break down the best of the best raw truth stories for conservatives, libertarians, patriots, taxpayers, Trumpers, and deplorables. Anyone who appreciates God, guns, gold, and tax cuts will stand up and cheer for War Raw. Check out this week's War Raw podcast right now. It's available to download in iTunes, Spotify, iHeart, or wherever you listen to podcasts. War Raw. War Raw.
Some lawmakers in D.C. say there are still lingering questions regarding COVID-19 fraud, and they want answers.
House Republicans are demanding answers about COVID tax dollars lost to fraud that the Biden administration was investigating. Ranking members sending a letter to Attorney General Merrick Garland saying there were reports of fraud totaling hundreds of billions of dollars. The letter criticizing the lack of critical safeguards that could have left those funds open to improper use. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi told C-SPAN on Tuesday there's a 1 in 3 chance of a recession this year and even odds within the next 2. The prediction by Zandi comes as inflation reaches its highest level in 40 years. Investigators are trying to determine why an exterior door at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas, did not lock when it was closed before a gunman used it to get inside and kill 19 students and 2 teachers. A spokesman for the Texas Department of Public Safety said investigators determined the teacher propped open the door with a rock but removed it and closed the door. When she realized a shooter was on campus, that door did not lock. The teacher has not been identified. And no verdict yet in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. The jury returns Wednesday. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
My turn again, right? Final hour, off and rolling. They've been telling us in the news updates. Hey, we've got to do something about inflation. Did you catch the fact that Janet Yellen has actually finally come right out and admitted, oops, I was wrong about inflation. You know, for months and months, continue to stand by the assertion that it's transitory. Transitory was the magical word. It's rough for a few months, but it'll be gone. 5 or 6 months, it's over. It's a transitory. I was wrong about inflation. I don't know. You're way too far behind now. You're never gonna recover. The White House Tuesday unveiling a renewed focus on the economy through the month of June, with a message that fighting inflation is the president's top economic priority. Numero uno. Too late. We all know Democrats very concerned about a big-time midterm upset, losses come November, undoubtedly driven by frustration over inflation. A new future majority poll shared first with Newsweek, only adding to those concerns as it reveals Latinos in 3 battleground states share the frustration with other voters nationwide, based on 1,800 interviews with Latino voters across Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. May the 12th through the 18th, the state polls found voters identified inflation as the #1 issue facing the country. In Arizona, inflation was the top issue for 28% of voters, actually edging out jobs and the economy at 17%. Immigration and the border was at 8%, that's hard to imagine in Arizona. Okay, I guess it's just a way of life, a fact of life. You live there, who cares, no big deal. It's been going on forever. In Nevada, the figure was 27%. Inflation topped the list. Jobs, 22%. Immigration, 5%. In Pennsylvania, it was 21% for inflation, jobs at 18%, abortion at 8%. Okay. Now, there was a veteran Democrat strategist for years in Las Vegas who worked with future majority on the polls. He said the purpose of the Hispanic Messaging and Research Project is to provide factual data about the sentiments of the Latino voters and the opportunities for Democrats to shore up their support with them when it comes to various issues. So all of a sudden, we're really getting concerned. Even the Latinos may not be on the bandwagon. Inflation is probably the #1 issue across the board with most voters, not just Latinos, according to Ramirez, adding that it was probably having a disproportionate effect on Hispanics. Go figure. Time is of the essence. So our big focus in the month of June now, we've got to do something about inflation. All right. Hey there, Horse Feathers.
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back there. So, how could you let Philip do that? You know, the Ranger's going to be calling in. The Ranger's going to be calling in now. The whole moon landing deal. We're going to have to go through this whole thing all over again. That it was all staged in Hollywood. Never went to the moon. Moon's made of green cheese. You know.
And now we don't have an international space station. It's not really there. Yeah.
No. It's so. Anyways, so that planet out there. So you're saying that it might possibly have climate change? Is that what you're saying? That its atmosphere, if it has an atmosphere, it might be taking the temperature around to the other side. But anyways, there. So I'm taking it that works kind of like the moon, our moon there, because one side of our moon never gets light, right? It always stays the dark side. We never get to see that side. So, anyways, hey, I want to change the whole thing up there, and we can talk about sports a little bit. I saw on the news there we have a spectacular swimmer that's breaking records and everything. That actually thinking about wanting to compete in the Olympics. The female swimmer, or is it a female swimmer? It wasn't in college when he started college. He wasn't a female swimmer, but apparently, going to college, you actually, if you're a swimmer, you actually become female in the process of going to college. Did you realize that? So
interesting
I don't know how
that
all
you
that works
interesting that you'd bring that up, Horse Feathers, because I actually had this story here last night. I didn't touch on it, but I mean, lo and behold. Haven't we all pretty much been saying forever and a day that a biologically born male would have a physical advantage when it comes to sporting events over a biologically born female? Doctors have confirmed. Trans swimming champion Leah Thomas has a physical advantage in competition over the biological females. The doctors, believe it or not, have confirmed this. There are social aspects to sport, but physiology and biology underpin it. Testosterone is the 800-pound gorilla, according to the final word from the Mayo Clinic. You see the divergence immediately as the testosterone surges into the boys. There are dramatic differences in performances. Now, even though University of Pennsylvania's Thomas does reportedly take testosterone suppressants during the sex transition, the international team confirmed she has an inescapable advantage. So confirmed by the scientific community.
Well, he, she, or it, whatever we can, however we're supposed to, reflect on that person, says that he absolutely does not have an advantage. There's no difference between him and any of the girls he's competed with.
Well, that's only in his that's in his demented mind.
Yeah.
All the girls he's competing
Right.
against have been saying that there's no way this is fair. It's not fair to have this guy competing against us.
Absolutely, and that's where we've all been. We're all on the same page. But yeah, and now he, she, or it. I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying that, so I should put out the disclaimer that everything I've said is my own personal opinion, not the opinion of Steve Summers, the Overnight Drive Radio, or Hot Shot Secret, Chris Burrell, or anybody associated.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You said it. They'll say, "Well,
Yeah.
it was allowed on the program." You said it, so
yeah. All right, but anyways, it's just amazing. Now they're talking about the Olympics and going to the Olympics, and how much will that discredit the Olympics if that's allowed to happen? But the Olympics are having problems of their own. But anyway, so to put all this back into perspective of where I was headed, my wife gets emails now, and when people put their signature on the email, they actually have been putting down underneath their name and their title and all that, what they are, whatever X, Y, Z, Q, L, G, B, A, B, C, alphabet soup letter. They're putting those letters in their name, in their signature now. It's like, if you're in a business email, who gives a flying frisbee if what you are? You could be a Martian with, a pigtail or whatever. I don't care if you're doing a job and you're sending me an email. Why do I need to know what you want to do in the bedroom? I don't know, Your Honor. What's this world coming to? But crazy. And then a couple weeks ago, we had Tiger Woods there. I don't know. We never talked about Tiger Woods. Played the worst round of golf I think ever in his life. Of course, he's coming back from that major accident. That was. Oh, wait a minute. That was his own fault. He was speeding with a rental car that he was allowed to use and wrecked. And did he ever get a ticket out of doing that, or did he ever have to pay anything to? I don't think so. But it's amazing how you can do something like that and get off without. Well, I guess Nancy Pelosi's husband's going to be the same way. But I don't know. It just seems kind of crazy that these athletes and then other people are all held up and allowed other standards from what everybody else in the world will be able to get away with. And I don't know. Is there any more? I heard on your newscast there about a football player that got killed, I believe, in the Dallas area he was in high speed and clipped a car, and another person in the vehicle with him was killed. And I guess they ended up coming to rest against a bridge or something and at a high speed. But I don't know. As I say, it's crazy the way that the whole thing it goes along, these sports and these other figures. And I guess the last thing I got for you, I heard a report that Johnny Depp, when the jury comes back and with their verdict, that he was going to be dressed as Captain Jack Sparrow. Have you heard any confirmations on Johnny Depp going to court as Captain Jack Sparrow?
Boy. I'm sure somebody they'll definitely make some Photoshop. They'll have him Photoshopped as Captain Jack. All right, thank you, Horse Feathers. Real quickly, if I get back, because to me, there is a bit of significance to the fact that when you tell these lunatics who try to say that there is no unfair advantage for biological males who identify as a female competing in women's sports, they don't have an advantage. That's what they try to convince us to believe. Now, anyone with a lick of common sense knows, and I'm not in the medical profession, but finally the doctors are coming out, and the quote is, "Gender cannot trump biology." According to the World Athletics chief, Sebastian Coe, who's an Olympic champion runner. Now, this female that's been garnering all the headlines, that's actually a male, Leah Thomas, wins the 500-yard freestyle at the NCAA Women's Championship in Atlanta in March. Remember the tennis legend Martina Navratilova? Now, she was a lesbian, outspoken for lesbians. Even she told the Times, Thomas gets an unfair advantage in swimming. Listen, I played against taller women. I played against stronger women, and I beat them all. But if I faced the male equivalent of Leah in tennis, that's biology. I would not have had a shot, and I would have been livid, she says. Even half of Thomas's University of Pennsylvania teammates are using the term unfair advantage. That's the phrase in their lawyer's letter to the school. Activists conflate sex and gender in a way that's really confusing, according to Harvard University's Carol Hoven. There's a large performance gap between healthy, normal populations of males and females, and that is driven by testosterone. Statistically, there's little arguing with the data. Elite adult male swimmer record holders are 10 to 12% faster than their female counterparts, and that has been held over decades. Leah Thomas is the manifestation of scientific evidence. The reduction in testosterone in his body does not remove her biological advantage. It's just the fact. All right, 21 past the hour. Eskimo Mom got you coming up in 2. Been a long time. So stick around for that. And lines available at 844-844-3388 on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I don't think it's been quite a month of Sundays just yet, but it's been a while. Hey there, Eskimo Mom.
I'm back. and it's only been about 8 weeks.
Well, that's a long time. You've been off the road all that time, right? Are you back out driving yet or no?
Yes, sir, I am. I actually had to go down. I came back out Saturday night after being released by my doctor, and then I had to go to get the infamous DOT physical, and then I had to get the drug screen, and I had to wait on the drug screen. And here in the process, it's just been it's a mess when you come back to work and off of medical leave, especially if it's been longer than a month.
I bet it is. Yeah.
Yeah. But I am doing much better, and I'm still as ornery as ever.
So trying to get back in the swing of things,
night,
back to the grind. Do you feel, is it like riding the bike? Everything feel like it did, just like old times?
For the most part, there's a couple of odds and ends that's changed, but it'll just take me a little bit of practice.
Okay.
But Saturday night I did work. I did do my regular run. Then tonight, since my regular load canceled, they gave me something else, and I'm actually in new territory that I haven't been in a while. I'm down in about as far south in Kentucky as you can get, or at least I was.
Really?
Yeah. And also too, our pretty little twin stars are out right now. By the way.
Are we supposed to have like a handful of planets visible, like 5 of them or something here this week?
I know there's like 2 or 3 of I think I can't remember offhand which ones are which, but I know there's 2 of them out there right now because I'm following them right now. Or at least I'll be following them until they get too high up or dawn comes first.
Well, it's great to hear from you, Eskimo Mom. I'm glad you're back at them. Everything healed up and everything went well, I guess, as far as the surgery and all.
Yes, sir, it did, and believe it or not, it's like I could not lay around after my surgery. The first night afterwards, I was up walking around, but they had to keep me in the hospital the next day because they had to go a different route than that's what they were expecting.
Mm-hmm.
But then after that, hardly doing anything for over 6 weeks.
All right.
But now I get to catch up on all my flower beds and everything else I haven't been able to catch up on. All the physical work.
All right. Well, be safe out there, and thank you for checking in. I guess I was pulling up the story as she was speaking there. It's coming up later this month. It's June 1, and they always break down the varying celestial events that will be occurring in any given month. And there's a handful on the list, but coming up June 24th, a unique arrangement of 5 planets will create an extraordinary display before the end of the month, but only for those that wake up just before the crack of dawn. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn will appear in order in the pre-dawn sky for like the second half of June. Since this alignment will last about 2 weeks, if you want to see the planets in this formation, yeah, you can, AccuWeather's got an app. You can choose a morning with a cloud-free forecast and enjoy the show. They do say Friday, June the 24th could be the best morning to view the alignment, as the crescent moon will actually appear to fall directly between Venus and Mars. How about that? The planetary procession will be best seen about an hour before sunrise, which for many means stepping outside before 5 o'clock in the morning a.m. No telescope required to enjoy the alignment, as all 5 can be seen with the naked eye. Although Mercury can be kind of tricky to spot. It's the dimmest of all the planets, and it will be very low in the sky. The next time Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn will appear to align in this order will be August of the year 2040. So it's going to be a few years. What else did we have in the mix here? All right, June 13th, 14th, the return of the supermoon, the first in a series of supermoons mid-month. That's a full moon that appears slightly bigger, slightly brighter. You know, the difference between a supermoon and a normal full moon, for most, it's not even perceptible without a side-by-side picture comparison. Anyway, the last supermoon lit up the night sky on June 24th of last year. And this will be known, by the way, as the strawberry moon. Some will call this the super strawberry moon. And of course, you got the summer solstice. 20 days away. Yes, first day of summer. Yeah, many areas have already seen at least a preview of summer weather, but the true arrival is now just around the corner. The changing of the seasons taking place with the June solstice, which will fall this year on Tuesday, June the 21st, 5:13 a.m. So right after we wrap up our program officially, this is different from meteorological summer, which begins on June 1st. The solstice not only marks the start of summer, but it marks the longest day and the shortest night of the year in the northern hemisphere. Meanwhile, south of the equator, the June solstice actually marks the start of astronomical winter. And for them, it is the shortest day of the year. After the solstice has come to pass, you begin to turn things around. The days slowly become shorter, and the nights gradually grow longer across the northern hemisphere, right up until the winter solstice, which rolls around in December. So we're still adding a little bit of daylight, sun rising just a tad bit earlier, setting a little bit later, for the next 20 days, and then you begin the turnaround, June 21. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Most Americans blame President Joe Biden, not Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for rampant inflation plaguing the U.S. This, according to a study released Tuesday. The Convention of States Action Trafalgar Group survey found almost 60% of people identified Biden's policies and spending as the leading contributor to rising inflation in the U.S. Biden told reporters earlier in May his administration's policies are helping, not causing, inflation and high gas prices. Detroit's mayor is denying claims being leveled against him. Detroit Mayor Mike Dugan says it's nonsense. He would have knowingly outed the identity of a confidential FBI informant for a federal corruption investigation. Dugan said in a press conference he did not know a confidential source was involved in the no-bid towing case. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com.
Hi, this is Pete Matouche. In 1999, my brother started the Turbo 3000. We're proud to continue on with his legacy.
The fuel that you've spent your hard-earned money on is completely burned, and that's your profit going right back where it belongs, in your pocket.
For our Canadian customers, you can get the Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-567-1007. For a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
For the last 15 years, the Big Rig Mattress has been manufacturing a premium residential mattress for over-the-road truckers. After your downtime and recuperating on the Big Rig Mattress, you wake restored and without sore pressure points, ready for another day on the road. The main support component of the Big Rig Mattress is an individually pocketed spring core that delivers the optimal amount of support exactly where you need it. Check out thebigrigmattress.com to learn more about this exceptional mattress. Many sizes are stocked and can ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes also available. 100% made in the USA since 2009. The price of diesel is through the roof, so what could be worse? How about high prices and low fuel mileage? Well, there is a solution. Everyday Diesel Treatment by Hot Shot Secret. EDT is a concentrated 6-in-1 fuel additive and cetane improver that immediately adds fuel economy with the first fill-up. It's the best way to maximize every drop of diesel for a better bottom line. Everyday Diesel Treatment, available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA Petro Truck Stops. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram.
Two-wheel teams from the Buckeye State are uncommon carriers. They'll fill the stands for the wheel standers, but their Grand National season opener will have to wait. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. Well, we're saddened to report the postponement of the Clay Hill Summer Sizzler in Atwood, Tennessee to 2023. The second edition of the event would have occurred this Friday and Saturday, June 3rd and 4th, but bad weather hit their independent fair a couple of weeks ago, and digging everyone out resulted in damage to the racetrack's infield. They got more rain on top last week and could not have gotten the grounds in shape to host competitors. We'll plan to return to Atwood about midway between Memphis and Nashville in western Tennessee in 2023. So keep an eye on ntpapull.com for more information. But volunteer state polling fans won't have to wait until next year, as the Chapel Hill Lions will host their Super Bowl of the South on Friday and Saturday, July 22nd and 23rd. Details are at lionssuperpoll.com. As for the two-wheel drives, they'll now poll for the first time this year at the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals in Tomah, Wisconsin. That marquee Midwestern match will take place Thursday through Saturday, June 23rd through 25th. The two-wheel drive class includes trucks weighing up to 6,200 pounds, including the driver. The engine must be of automotive type, is limited to 575 cubic inches, and may be supercharged or turbocharged. The vehicle's maximum length is 15 feet. A two-wheel drive may have a truck, bucket, or funny car type body. The maximum tire size is 18.4 by 16.1, and the maximum drawbar height is 30 inches. In two-wheel drive, it's a couple of Western Ohio owner-operators that keep the freight moving. The Petros of Camden, Ohio are among the most venerable names in pulling history, with 12 Grand National titles to their credit, including 10 in a row from 2009 through 2018. Elder statesman and Hall of Famer Randy, the founder of Petro Trucking in Camden, Ohio, earned 5 of those championships with Kathy's Complaint, a Ford T-Bucket named in honor of his beloved wife, who initially feared for his safety in the open cab machine. After Randy's untimely passing in 2020, son Jesse has carried on the tradition with Complaint, as well as his own 6-time champion Buckeye Hauler, while cousin Joey Frazier of Liberty, Indiana, pilots Run and Block to round out a potent 3-truck force in the division. Meanwhile, just up US 127 from the Petros are the Seacrests of Salina, Ohio, Brent and Christy, who take turns driving their own bucket, Nothing Easy About It. They are just an off-season removed from their first Grand National campaign, which saw the tandem leading the points heading into the final event after Christie's massive victory at the National Tractor Pulling Championships in Bowling Green, Ohio. Christie was voted the NTPA's GN Rookie of the Year, and the Seacrests are no doubt contemplating other awards as they begin their sophomore season on the Premier Circuit. During the week, Brent drives for Seacrest Trucking of Salina. So whether in Toma or at another stop along the championship trail, drop in and cheer on Jesse and Joey and Christy and Brent along the awesome drivers and teams that pull for the National Tractor Pullers Association. Check out ntpapull.com for more information and a national schedule that probably includes an event near you. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
When you come across a story, you gotta say, okay, let me check the source on this. Anyway, is this a Babylon Bee? Is this a joke? Come on. You know, there are websites that are all about satirical comment. It sounds real, highly implausible, but many people are duped by those kind of stories. This one apparently ain't made up. It was on our Local 12, Cincinnati Local 12 news outlet. Here's another term to add to your vocabulary. You know, we've got the bisexual, you got the transsexual, you got this, ever heard of objectum sexual? Objectum sexual. That means you're sexually attracted to inanimate objects. This is what we've come to. Good Lord. A woman claiming to be sexually attracted to objects is drawing major attention on the internet. 23-year-old Sarah Rodo. Yeah, that warped at the age of 23. Claims to be in love with a Boeing 737. I'm turned on by planes. And one day, I want to marry my toy Boeing. Okay? Rodo tells The Sun, my plane is called Dickie. I love everything about him. But particularly his face, his wings, and engine. They're so sexy to me. Some people just don't understand my love, but my friends took my coming out very well and encouraged me. According to the report, Rodo identifies again as objectum sexual. Claims to be in love with the plane. She flies on it as often as possible. She reportedly has hundreds of toy models of the plane at her home. She actually sleeps with one, a model that's almost as big as she is. I've been attracted to objects since I was a teenager. I first noticed when I was 14 years old, she says. I noticed I wasn't attracted to people when I didn't want to cuddle or become intimate with them, unlike my objects where I crave cuddles and being intimate. It's the best sex I've ever had. She refers to Dickie, the plane, as her boyfriend. She cannot marry it because it's not legal in her home country of Germany. Okay. She says, I've had relationships with men because I wasn't sure what my real sexuality was, but I soon realized I can't feel these romantic things for people. Now I know my sexuality is objectophilia, and I stand by it. Yeah, also reportedly claims she had previously been in love with the train. Before the plane, I was on the Ice 3, which is the express train. She's gone so far as to have a tattoo of the plane on her arm. Okay. That's a little mentally unstable, if you ask me. Objectophilia. Well, good morning, blind man. How would you like to follow that story up?
Oh, man. Well, the joke I remember in school was, let me put my train in your tunnel.
Ah, okay.
So, anyhow, yeah, I was listening to Mark Levin yesterday evening, and he says he comes out with the worst possible news about everything and doesn't really follow up with a solution, so it got me down a little bit. So I'm glad to have you and the other truckers to talk to cheer me up. I'll tell you one funny thing that happened. My best girl was shopping, and she was looking for a parking space, and I was with her, and she says, "Oh, that's interesting." And I said, "What?" And she says, "There is a line of cars. There's about 5 or 6 electric cars waiting for the charging station. So I guess you have to line up now if you want to charge your car." And then she did find a parking space, handicap, and then she looked a little closer. Oh, it's another charging station. Can't park here. So we had to find another parking space. She finally found one, but, I mean, that kind of got me laughing a little bit. A line for the charging station.
Each vehicle that hooks up takes, generally speaking, if they do the supercharge, it's going to be anywhere from 30 minutes to up to an hour. Now, if you're gonna wait in line between, were there like 5 or 6 different charging stations there available, and maybe 5 or 6 cars waiting?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. So they're going to be waiting at least 30 minutes to an hour before they even get to hook their car up. Good times.
Yeah. Yeah. And welcome back, Eskimo Mom. Give me a shout after the show. I'll be here. So anyhow, it's going to be interesting when there's going to be a power outage or brownouts during the summer because of all the demand for electricity. And my neighbor's so proud of her electric car, and I said, "Well, does it make any noise when you're at a traffic light?" And she says, "No." I said, "Well, don't forget, the blind can't hear these cars, so at least turn the radio up so we can hear it.
Yeah.
Know when to cross the street."
That is a valid concern. You are correct.
Well, you have a good rest of the day, and after the show, one of you guys can give me a call. Chevy guy usually calls me. "Oh, I'm glad he's okay." Did he send you a picture of his wrecked truck?
I saw those pictures, Friday morning after I was still sitting here at the computer wrapping things up. I saw his post. Not a good Friday start. Yeah.
No, it wasn't. And I called him just after it happened, and I stayed on the line with him while I was talking to a cop about what happened. So that was quite interesting, but I'm sure glad he's okay.
Could have been worse.
I hope he can save his truck.
Yep. All right. Well, hey, thank you so much for checking in there. Blind man, good to hear from you. Yeah, there he is again. There's the big moose. What's going on?
Hey, I was just going to chime in there about that objectum sexuality.
Yes.
Hey, I had a little bit of experience with that. I suffered for a little bit on objectum sexuality by proxy. And I'll tell you what happened. A buddy of mine had a Plymouth Valari for sale, and boy, that thing was sharp. I mean, it was hunter green metallic, Had that big old 360 in it, tuned up, man. That thing run like a scalded dog, and I was dying to get my hands on that car. So he finally sold it to me, and about 3 weeks after I'd had it, I was sitting at a red light in Sydney, Ohio, in front of the Spot Red Hamburger stand up there. And some old woman in a big old 225 electric come up there and rear-ended me at about 40 miles an hour and knocked me plumb through the intersection. And when I got stopped, there was a ring of green-colored Bondo on the ground where it had knocked all the bodywork out of that car. That thing had enough Bondo in it. I'm telling you, when we got all the Bondo out of that thing, you could have thrown a cat through it with the doors shut and the windows up. So I got screwed big time on that one. So I'm going to call that objectum sexuality by proxy.
That's quite the story. Thanks for sharing, Big Moose.
Hey, y'all have fun. We going to breakfast. Keep it twixt the spotted and the solid. We gone.
What's on the menu? Waffle who say this morning?
No, them guys like to go over to that McDonald's. And I don't mind them Egg McMuffins and such, but their coffee sucks. I mean, them people at McDonald's, they ain't made a good cup of coffee ever since they've been in business, you know. So I'll probably swing through Tim Hortons to get me a cup before we go over there.
There you go. All right. Well, enjoy your day. Thanks for checking in, Moose. Yeah, real quick, let me jump down. Let me see here. Eagle on board. Getting a late start this morning. Hey there, Eagle. What's happening?
Yeah, I ain't got too much time. You probably have to answer my question tomorrow. But yeah, I wanted to ask you, Steve. I was listening to a Texas radio station today, and I wanted to get your opinion on this. Maybe you can finish up tomorrow. I called it a lot earlier. Okay, about the school down in Texas. Joe Biden and some other people. They want to figure out what they should do. You know, like I said, the kids are traumatized. Should they reopen this school next school year? Or some people are saying they should tear the school down and close the school down permanently and rebuild a new school. And that's the question that a lot of people are having down in this Texas town. And I like to find out, get your opinion. Like I said, I called it a lot earlier. I was working tonight, but I wanted to see what you thought about that. What should they do with this school? Should they tear it down and rebuild it, or just leave the school as it is and reopen it next school year? And I'll call you back tomorrow night. I thank you for taking my call tonight.
That's a legitimate question. Yeah, difficult, obviously. For any of the kids that were in attendance on that day, can you go? Yeah, the mental impact. Yeah. All right, let me, Dustin, we got time for Sheppy Guy. Hey there, what do you say?
Now, you might regret this.
Oh, no.
But, objective sexuality. I got to hit it. When old Dickie's nose landing gear pops open in the middle of passion, that girl might have a trip to the hospital. How about it?
I reckon, yeah. Oh, boy.
Sorry, but I had to hit it. You know what I'm saying? I just had to hit it.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what a great show. All right, buddy.
Well, she actually,
we'll be listening.
She sleeps with an airplane that's almost as big as her. You know, that's okay, whatever.
Well, and it's she said it's the greatest sex she ever had, so I'm just assuming here. Of course, the first three letters in assuming,
you make an ass of yourself.
Well, let's just go with this, because we're losing all these numbers and letters. So we'll just go with what our parents went with. You know, we'll just take it back down a little bit. We'll just say perverts, and then leave it alone. You know what I mean? It's easier to figure out.
Yeah, I'm thinking more along, perverted, demented, sick, screwed up.
And what they do in their bedroom, it's none of
my business, and I don't really give a damn. That is correct. I'm with you there. Yep. Now you had the truck driver that apparently was just pretty pretty honest about his accident. Last week, as he blatantly admitted, well, I was smoking my meth. That's why he crashed into the back of a grocery store. This was at the Publix shopping center in Haines City, Florida. 51-year-old trucker Michael Calvo making a delivery at the back of the building when he tore an awning off the building, struck an unoccupied pickup with his rig, pushed it about 200 feet. Both the semi-truck and the pickup truck totaled in the incident. He told the officer that responded to the scene, questioned him about the accident. When they asked if he needed any medical assistance, first he said he told him he thought he was being pranked by a television show and refused to get out of the cab of the truck. That resistance then caused a scene at the shopping center, prompting some onlookers to begin flocking to the scene. Look what's going on. What's happening here? He eventually gets out of the cab of his truck. And again, they questioned him about the reason. What happened here? Did you fall asleep? Is this some sort of a medical emergency, or have you been drinking? No. I was hitting my meth pipe. Okay. Here you go. Off to jail you go. Dumbass of the Week nominee. And I guess that's an appropriate place to kind of wind things out, close things out here on a Wednesday morning. What do we got coming up here real quick? Like, when you say the name Yo-Yo Whirly, a lot of truck drivers may smile. Moose, you remember that name? You might give a nod. Well, Shelley and Kathy interviewed one of the earliest long-term female drivers in the industry. Talk about stories. Catch this encore presentation coming up at 6 o'clock a.m. this morning. But first, you've got Taillights coming up next via tncradio.live. Then at 7 a.m. Eastern, it's Sarah Barnes Humphrey from Let's Talk Supply Chain in their latest episode of Thoughts and Coffee. Thanks for being with us. Hey, hope you'll come back and join us again at the midnight hour tonight for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but